Chapter 768, Ivan, Who's Trying to Murder Me? By the time they were seated, the bell had rung. It did not take long for Snape, clad in a black robe, to enter the classroom and shut the door with a backhand wave of his wand. The classroom suddenly became very quiet. Everyone sat upright and put away their playful thoughts.
Before we begin our lesson, I think it's important to remind you.
Snape said, placing his book on the lectern. The pair of hollow eyes scanned the classroom. When they landed on Ivan, they lingered for a few seconds, then calmly looked away and continued.
You will be taking an important exam next June, when you will be able to prove how much you have learned about potion making and its uses. Despite the fact that some of you in this class are very mentally challenged, I hope you will all manage to pass the OWL exam. Otherwise, I will be.
Snape's eyes went straight to Neville's face, and Neville shuddered and gasped.
After this year, of course, many of you will no longer be able to attend my classes.
Snape spoke matter-of-factly about the important exams in a year's time. The OWL, also known as the Ordinary Wizarding Level Test, was one of the 12 subjects required for fifth-year students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The subsequent NEWT exams for seventh-year students were equivalent to occupational certificates, directly related to whether they could find a good job after graduation. For example, applying to the Ministry of Magic for an aura requires an excellent or good evaluation of at least 5 subjects in the NEWT. For Ivan, of course, the exam was not worth taking. With his current level of magic, Ivan was confident that he would get top marks in all of the other 11 exams, except for divination, which required some luck. However, in order to obtain GPA, Ivan pretended to listen patiently. After a series of warnings, Snape quickly took out his book and began his first potions lesson at the beginning of the school year, brewing a moderator. During the lesson, Harry was subjected to Snape's venomous tongue as usual, and if he made the slightest mistake, Snape would appear behind him like a ghost and mock him.
Potter, I told you to brew the potion, not boil the water. Professor, I'm done brewing the de-escalator. Can you take a look at it?
Snape reluctantly let Harry off the hook, then turned to Ivan and examined the detergent he had been given. He opened the lid and sniffed it, then slowly said,
Nice.
Yvonne was delighted, as a Gryffindor student and Harry Potter friend. Snape's
Nice
could have been interpreted as
Wonderful.
This indicated that his potion-making skills had been acknowledged by the potion maker. Harry gave Ivan a grateful look. Ivan ignored this, however, as he had not come to Snape's rescue.
By the way, Professor Snape, do you know where Headmaster Dumbledore is?
Ivan asked curiously. Early that morning, when he checked the Marauders map, he was surprised to find Dumbledore still out of school. Snape was the most likely person to know where Dumbledore had gone. As a double agent who was highly regarded by both sides, Snape must have had a lot of secret information and a way to contact Dumbledore urgently.
I should warn you, Hals, it's time for class.
Snape said coldly, placing the detergent on the lectern. Then, as if he had just thought of something, he looked at Ivan, who had followed him, and spoke again, his voice softening.
And I do not know the recent whereabouts of Headmaster Dumbledore, whom I have not seen much in the past 2 months.
Ivan eyed Snape suspiciously, unable to determine if he was lying or not, as his current legilimency level would not allow him to break through Snape's occlumency. Ivan looked around and saw that the others were still focused on brewing the potion, so he lowered his voice and asked,
What about Mysterious? Has he been well?
Ivan had been trying to find out if his disguise was working, and how much Voldemort believed him since the last time they fought off Lord Voldemort.
Thanks to you, he's still alive.
Snape said, looking at Ivan strangely. Voldemort, of course, was alive and well, but his mind had been struck so hard that he was not quite himself.
Be careful in the near future, especially don't eat anything.
Chapter 769, Weasley's Joke Shop. After a moment's thought, Ivan looked around the room, his eyes resting on Malfoy and the Slytherin students. Their parents were all Death Eaters, and there was a chance they would try to kill them.
Ivan, Ron, Hermione, have you thought about what you're going to do after you graduate?
Harry asked them curiously. His knowledge of the wizarding world was limited to his years of study, so he could not be certain which subjects would be more important.
Well, I haven't decided yet,
Ron said slowly.
but I think horrors are pretty cool.
Unfortunately, the requirements were too high.
Horrors, I thought it would be nice to be a professor at Hogwarts, like Lupin and Moody.
Said Harry, who did not have a good impression of the ministry due to Fudge's brain-dead actions. Hermione, on the other hand, promised to do something more meaningful after graduation.
Something meaningful, like freeing house elves.
Ron couldn't help but comment.
It's just one of those things. Ron, I have a lot of other things I'd like to do, like ban wizards from calling non-magical people muggles, which is a nasty slur.
Hermione added firmly. In Hermione's opinion, the entire British wizarding community reeked of medieval rot, and its laws were riddled with inequality and loopholes. It was for this reason that Lucius and the Death Eaters were allowed to go unpunished, and that Lord Voldemort's plot worked again and again. Ron scratched his head, unable to understand what Hermione was trying to say. What's wrong with calling non-magical people muggles? It was what they had always called it. Hermione's other ideas, whether they were about giving house elves preferential treatment, banning nicknames, or changing the law, were nothing short of fantasy.
Who says it's impossible? The Minister for Magic will be able to avoid these things to a great extent if he is willing to enact regulations.
Hermione said confidently.
So you really want to be Minister for Magic?
Harry looked at her strangely, thinking she was joking when she mentioned it once last year. Ron shook his head. A muggle-born witch had almost no chance of becoming Minister for Magic. Hermione ignored Harry and Ron, who threw cold water on her, and continued with her plan. Although she was far from this goal, she could start this school year by taking all of the OWL exams and getting top marks for all of them. Excellent results and a good record are the capital for promotion to Minister for Magic.
Ivan, are you going to take all your exams this year, like I am?
Hermione asked Ivan, who had been silent.
Hey.
Ivan, deep in thought, nodded, then realized what Hermione was saying.
Then we shall compete again.
Hermione exclaimed happily. Ivan rubbed his nose. When did he say yes? Ivan did not try to refuse, as the exams were nothing to him, and he would have had no problem taking the NEWT if he had not been worried about hurting Hermione's confidence. Hermione then turned to Harry and Ron, asking if they wanted to join in. Ron shook his head frantically. For a self-aware underachiever like him, passing the OWL in 6 or 7 subjects was a huge blessing. Harry quickly changed the subject.
By the way, Ivan, you didn't say what you wanted to do with your life.
Ivan hesitated for a moment, then said,
Me, after I graduate, I'll buy a big enough room, build a magical research lab, study magic every day.
Chapter 769 Part 2, Weasley's Joke Shop. This was
George, Fred, what are you doing?
Yvonne asked as she stepped forward to find George and Fred sticking a notice on the notice board with magic tape. Hermione saw this and stopped them.
The prefects use the notice board in the break room for issuing emergency notices, not for you to put up advertisements.
We'll use it for now. If there's an emergency notice, we'll tear it off.
George said with a grin. Unfortunately, Hermione was not impressed and refused to let them use the notice board as a place to promote their
products.
Also, you're not allowed to sell truant sweets, cheat quills, or love potions in school. It's a serious breach of the rules.
Hermione said, glaring at them.
Don't be so fussy, Hermione. Everyone's going to want a bit of fun out of their studies.
Fred emphasized in a tone of belief.
Yes, for example, our newly developed Wonder Witch love potion, which I think many wizards need to enhance their attractiveness.
George said quietly, nodding in agreement.
Just think, if you slipped a drop of this into Ivan's drink, he'd love you.
Hermione's face turned red with anger and she threw the Wonder Witch back. She didn't need it. Ivan was speechless. George's bribe seemed to be discreet, but his body had been strengthened many times, so it was only natural that he knew about it.
What's the rush to promote the new product?
Ivan asked.
To earn more galleons, of course. Fred and I are going to open our own wizarding shop after we graduate this year. We're still short of money.
George spread his hands helplessly.
Can I help you with that? 3,000 galleons. Is that enough?
Ivan asked, naming a number.
3.
George and Fred gasped in shock. They had never seen so much money. Ever since they started making their own magical tools in their third year, they only had around 100 galleons at most. The rest of the money was used to buy materials or support the research of new tools. There were even times when they could not make ends meet.
What? 3,000 galleons isn't enough.
Ivan asked when he saw George and Fred staring at each other for a long time.
No, it's too much.
George exclaimed, jumping to his feet. 3,000 galleons. Originally, they only wanted to rent a remote area and have a venue. However, with 3,000 galleons, they could choose the most suitable location and renovate the place better. Most importantly, they would not have to worry about funding for future research. Just thinking about it made them excited, but it didn't take long for their enthusiasm to cool. George hesitated for a moment before saying sheepishly,
Ivan, you've helped us too much in the past. We can't accept your help anymore.
Ivan put out his hand to stop George from continuing, explaining,
Make no mistake, this is an investment, the kind that pays back. How shall I put it? I have great confidence in the joke toy shop you're planning to open.
George and Fred looked at each other, then nodded in unison.
Okay, sure, but the proceeds.
I'll only take 30%, since the magical tools you've developed are the basis of the shop.
Yvonne began. The Weasleys' joke shop was George and Fred's dream, and Ivan was not prepared to take it. George and Fred, however, felt Ivan was at a disadvantage and disagreed. After much discussion, they agreed to sell 40% of the shop to Ivan for 1,500 galleons, with the remaining 1,500 galleons being on loan. Unable to dissuade them, Ivan agreed, and then changed the subject, reminding them.
Now that you have money, you should stop sticking up leaflets everywhere. The new defense against the dark arts professor is not easy to deal with. If she catches you red-handed, you won't just be grounded. That Umbridge from the Ministry of Magic, we're not afraid of her.
Said Fred casually.
And you're the biggest shareholder in Weasley's joke toys, so you can't always be on your girlfriend's side, can you? You should act tough, Ivan, you can't go easy on her.
George complained, ignoring Hermione's angry look.
No, it's nothing to do with Hermione. I'm just worried you're going to get into trouble.
Ivan said with a sigh.
What would you think if someone bought your Wonder Witch love potion and slipped it into Angelina's drink? Fred.
Fred followed Ivan's train of thought and felt a green light flash above his head.
I always look out for Angelina.
Fred said firmly.
You can't be around her all the time.
Ivan shook his head.
That's why you shouldn't sell the love potion. It's too dangerous. If you have time, you might as well study new products.
After much persuasion from Ivan, George and Fred gave up on the idea of selling dangerous objects and went off happily to plan their grand scheme. When they were gone, Hermione said,
You shouldn't have said yes, Ivan. It was 3,000 galleons.
Ron nodded in agreement and was stunned. He had never seen so much money.
It's only 3,000 galleons.
Chapter 770, Ivan, be careful.
What is it, Seamus?
Yvonne asked casually as she approached him.
An owl just sent a package. It's strange, it doesn't have a name on it. I don't know who it's for.
Seamus replied. Yvonne looked at the items on the table and frowned, thinking about Snape's warning in potions.
Well, we're all here now, so why don't we just open it and find out who it's for?
Ron was very curious, and he pushed Seamus out of the way as he tried to reach for it. Ivan was distracted for a moment, but there was no time to warn him. He was too busy holding his wand at his waist, ready to help. The package was easily opened by Ron. Ivan's expected explosion and curse did not occur, nor did any of the horrible, ferocious dark creatures pop out of the package, which contained a large bag of sweets. Honeybees, chocolate frogs, bibi-flavor beans.
There's even the latest licorice wand.
Ron said in amazement as he took out a box of sweets in the shape of a brown wand. He had seen them at Honeyjuke's sweet shop in Hogsmeade last year, and they were quite expensive. Seamus and Neville were also picking and choosing the sweets they liked. Ivan had no interest in sweets, so he spotted the note in one of the many boxes and grabbed it. Ivan was stunned when he saw what was inside.
Watch out!
Harry leaned closer and read the note.
What are you talking about, Harry? Don't tell me Snape sent this package.
Ron joked.
I mean, this note says beware of Snape.
Harry explained. Ron and Seamus were both surprised, and Ivan handed over the note. After reading them, the crowd speculated about who had sent them and why they had warned them about Snape.
Harry, could Sirius have sent the package?
Ron asked suddenly.
No way, Sirius would have put his name on it.
Harry shook his head. Now that Sirius was cleared of all charges, there was no need for him to hide anymore. They could have just sent it to him. There was no need to be so secretive.
Maybe he wanted to surprise you. Who else could it be?
Ron shrugged. In his third year, Sirius gave Harry and Ivan a firebolt without asking for their names and was extremely generous. Furthermore, Sirius and Snape had a lot of beef with each other and had a motive for writing the note after a near fight in the safe house. At Ron's words, Harry became uncertain. Surely no one would send them so many sweets for no reason. Such a large bag would cost at least dozens of galleons. Ivan, on the other hand, ruled out Sirius because he suspected that the person who sent the package was up to no good. Seamus, the only one who had nothing to do, didn't join in the discussion. As they talked, he unwrapped a chocolate frog and tried to put it in his mouth.
Don't eat it, Seamus.
Yvonne was shocked and instinctively grabbed the chocolate frog out of Seamus's hand. She threw it on the floor and waved her wand.
Incendio, fire roaring.
A small flame shot out and exploded, incinerating the chocolate frog. Ivan didn't relax at all. He waved his wand and summoned a stream of water to clean his left hand, which had touched the chocolate frog. Thank God.
I think it's from either you-know-who or a Death Eater. Don't forget that the secret men have always wanted to murder Harry. If they didn't succeed in the cemetery last year, they might have tried to poison him in secret.
Instead of sharing Snape's warning, Ivan blamed Harry. After all, he could not explain why Voldemort was deliberately targeting him. He couldn't say that he had beaten up Voldemort 2 months ago, so the other party hated him and would do anything for him, right?
You can't be mistaken, Ivan.
Seamus winced at Ivan's explanation. You know who sent Harry a bag of sweets and poisoned them. This is such nonsense.
Then it might be a trick to confuse us, or it's better to be safe than sorry.
Ivan said forcefully, then decisively waved his wand to collect the scattered sweets back into his bag, then burned everything to ashes. Harry and Seamus looked at each other in silence, deeply suspicious of Ivan's persecution complex. Ron stared at the ashes on the table, which had been blown away by the wind, and couldn't help but feel that it was a pity that he hadn't eaten any of the snacks.
If you want some, I'll go to Honeyjuke's tomorrow and get some for you.
Chapter 771, Clue in the Magical Storage Room. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Ivan's search for clues went nowhere. To this end, he went so far as to maintain legilimency for extended periods of time, inspecting every minor wizard who entered or left the entrance hall. However, the result was that no one around him bore him any deep ill will. At least far enough to poison himself. Even Umbridge, who had the worst attitude towards him, cursed under her breath and made no plans to murder him. This made Ivan feel very strange. His legilimency had been upgraded to level 7, and no one in the school except Snape, who had mastered occlumency, should be able to evade his senses. Could it be that the threat came from outside the school, or that some house elf was being controlled by the imperious curse? Or was it, as the note suggested, that Snape was the one who really needed to be careful and that he should not believe him? Having ruled out so many options, Ivan was forced to put the hunt for the killer on hold. After all, there was no way to investigate. The person who sent him the package did not do anything during the week, and no young wizard died from the poison while eating in the Great Hall. This indicated that there was nothing wrong with the food they ate. Given this, Ivan had to turn most of his attention to the practice of enchantment and the making of alchemical devices. After an entire week of hard work, Ivan was able to reduce the preparation time for enchantment to less than a second. Although there was no actual combat practice, and it was unknown how much combat power he could display, it was more than enough to operate the alchemy array. Alchemy bracers were much more difficult to make, as they failed twice in a row. However, Ivan did not expect such a difficult alchemy item to be successfully made in one try. He would have to practice a few more times after the next batch of materials arrived. What really gave Ivan a headache was the fact that Dumbledore was nowhere to be found during the first week of school. His name is not visible on the Marauder's map, at least, as if Dumbledore is deliberately avoiding him, but Ivan can think of no reason for Dumbledore to do so. This led to a stalemate in the search for the Chamber of Magic, and Ivan was forced to abandon his fantasies and make his own living, taking time out every day to visit the Hogwarts library and search for information on the founding of the school. It is worth noting that Ivan's secretive manner over the past few days caught Hermione's attention. Under the witch's relentless questioning, Ivan was left with no choice but to reveal that he was looking for a magical storage room in which to create a magical tool. Hermione naturally joined in the search for information without further ado. Given the importance of having an extra pair of hands, the witch dragged Harry and Ron along with her. The two of them sat in the library, sighing and complaining, but they still obediently flipped through the books, greatly speeding up the selection of information. 3 days later, Hermione's face lit up as she turned to Ivan and exclaimed,
I found a clue, Ivan.
What? Do you know where the storage room is?
Ivan asked quickly.
No, but I think there might be someone who does.
Hermione shook her head and handed over the book.
The Ghost Lady Grey. A history of Hogwarts says she's the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders, and must know a lot about the castle.
Lady Grey Helena Ravenclaw, yes, why didn't I think of her before?
Ivan muttered to himself. As a ghost that had existed since the founding of the school, the other party probably knew more secrets than the headmaster, Dumbledore. If there really was a magical storeroom at Hogwarts, she would know about it. Irritated at the thought, Ivan threw his arms around her and kissed her on the cheek.
You're amazing, Hermione.
The witch blushed and was about to say something when a shout reached their ears.
Silence, this is the library. You are disturbing the others.
Ivan turned to find the librarian, Madame Pince, staring at them with displeasure. Not only that, but his loud shout attracted the attention of most of the students in the school, who had obviously seen him kissing Hermione. Realizing this, Ivan looked very embarrassed and did not dare to stay any longer, quickly pulling Hermione away. As they made their way out of the library, Hermione caught her breath.
The Grey Lady is usually found wandering around Ravenclaw Tower. How do you plan to get in? A history of Hogwarts states that, for nearly 1,000 years, no one but Ravenclaw students could answer the questions posed by the bronze knocker.
Hermione rattled off information she had read in a book. Ivan's face darkened as Hermione reminded him of the problem the knocker had given him at Ravenclaw Tower. What is the nature of magic? Was this really an answer from an underage wizard? Even Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort may not know the answer. Ivan grumbled about the double-standard bronze eagle. In his second year, he encountered several Ravenclaws while guarding the entrance in his animagus form. The only one who was very harsh on himself was probably because he was an outer court student, so the difficulty of the question increased dramatically. No wonder no one could answer it in 1,000 years. However, there was no need for him to answer the questions.
Don't worry, I can fly in through the window in my animagus form without having to answer any questions.
Chapter 772, Teasing Umbridge. Umbridge was reading a copy of Defense Against the Dark Arts in the afternoon.
Today's class task is to read the contents of the 9th, 10th, and 11th pages of the book 5 times before copying them. Also, I want each and every one of you to recite it fluently during next week's lesson. Understood?
Umbridge added with a smile as she looked around at the assembled students. Gryffindor, as well as the Slytherin wizards, nodded unhappily as they opened their books and began to read. Based on the previous classes, everyone could guess what they were going to do this year, which was to recite the entire book. This was clearly not what everyone had expected from a defense against the dark arts class, as they were more interested in being able to wave their wands and practice magic or fight against dark creatures than in having to go through the tedious task of memorizing books every day. Ivan was fine with it. In his previous life as a student of exam-oriented education, memorizing books was his specialty. Additionally, Umbridge appeared to be a very disciplined person, and all he had to do was put on an act and he would receive an excellent classroom rating and a decent amount of GPA. This was the reason why Umbridge was able to remain in St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries. During the not-so-loud reading, Hermione raised her arms in an uncharacteristic gesture of hesitation. Umbridge acted as if she didn't see them, and after briefing them on the day's tasks, she sat down in a chair at the lectern and used her droopy eyes to supervise the reading of the textbook. Hermione showed no signs of giving up, and her arms rose higher and higher as if she were determined to fight to the end. Ivan shook his head in exasperation at the sight. The young wizards in the room slowly became aware of Hermione's strange behavior and turned to look at her. The sound of reading became fainter and fainter until it finally stopped altogether. Umbridge's tolerance seemed to have reached its limit, as she was forced to get up from her seat and question Hermione.
Miss Granger, do you have any questions about the contents of these pages, or is there something you don't quite understand? No, I'm not talking about the books.
Hermione replied, standing up.
Then please sit down, it's time for class.
Umbridge flashed a smile, revealing small, pointed teeth.
If it's something unrelated, we can talk after class. I have a question about the goals of this year's defense against the dark arts class, Professor.
Hermione said bluntly.
I see that you haven't mentioned anything in your recent class schedule about learning defense spells.
Umbridge was taken aback and gave Hermione a quizzical look.
You don't have to use defensive magic in my class. You don't think you're going to be attacked in class, do you, Miss Granger? But what good will it do us to spend a year reciting defensive magical theory? It won't do any good.
Hermione exclaimed.
It will allow you to pass the OWL exam without incident, Miss Granger.
Umbridge interrupted, looking around at the young wizards and clearing her throat. Due to the frequent changes in your defense against the dark arts professors over the years, your classes have fallen behind, and you are far from being able to pass your OWL exams, so you will have to cram in relevant knowledge.
But as I understand it, to pass the OWL, one must master 9 protective spells, namely the obstacle charm and the disarming charm.
Hermione stared back at Umbridge, refusing to back down.
No, the exam has changed since this year, Miss Granger.
Umbridge said with a smile.
All you need to do is write down the principles behind these charms and submit a report of at least 10 feet, explaining how to prevent wizards from misusing protective magic, and then I'll decide if you pass. Just reciting the textbook is not going to keep us safe.
Hermione exclaimed angrily.
You don't have to worry about security under the Ministry's protection. All you have to worry about is passing your exams.
Umbridge snapped.
What about Voldemort?
Harry called out suddenly. The classroom fell silent as all eyes turned to Harry.
What did you say, Mr. Potter?
Umbridge did not seem to have heard him correctly.
I said we're not safe now, not after Lord Voldemort came back to life 2 months ago, and is lurking in the shadows with his Death Eaters, and we should be thinking more about learning how to fight than taking exams.
Harry shouted.
Nonsense.
Umbridge said without hesitation.
You know who is known to have died 11 years ago?
Harry stared hard at Umbridge as he spoke.
Perhaps it was just a dream, Mr. Potter.
Umbridge said slowly.
Besides, Black is a fugitive and his testimony is not convincing. As for Headmaster Dumbledore.
Hermione asked again.
It's just a mistake, Miss Granger, and the Ministry has issued an apology.
Umbridge said matter-of-factly. Hermione did not expect Umbridge to be so shameless and did not reply for a while.
Anyone have any questions?
Umbridge asked triumphantly. Seeing that Hermione and Harry were fuming, Ivan thought for a moment before speaking up for them.
If the Ministry can't do everything, then we need protective magic to protect ourselves, don't we?
Umbridge shifted her gaze to Ivan, her eyes sharpening as she spoke in a bureaucratic tone.
The Aurors involved have been punished, and the Ministry will learn its lesson and provide you with the safest environment to study. Also, I heard some time ago that there was trouble in Knockturn Alley, and that you and your mother happened to live there, right? Hales, the Ministry of Magic has been hearing some very nasty rumors about you two being in Knockturn Alley.
Umbridge began to speak more harshly, but was forcibly cut off before she could finish.
You mean the rumor? I think I've heard it too.
Ivan's expression was faintly sardonic.
Voldemort leading the Death Eaters in an attack on Knockturn Alley and being beaten to a pulp.
Umbridge choked and the room erupted in laughter, as it was clear that many people had heard the rumors.
You know what I'm talking about, Hales?
Umbridge said darkly.
The Ministry has ample evidence that your mother, Alicia Howes, was involved in causing trouble, causing disturbances, and illegally selling dark objects.
The Ministry of Magic does not order magical objects from a dark arts shop, Professor. But I must say you are very imaginative, and perhaps you dreamed it up at some point.
Ivan said nonchalantly, ignoring Umbridge's threat. He wasn't buying it. If there was proof, the Ministry would have done it already, and they wouldn't be here bullshitting him. The laughter in the room grew louder. Umbridge glanced angrily over her shoulder, and the wizards fell silent. 20 points off Gryffindor, Umbridge spat, looking back at Ivan.
Reason, Professor, have I done anything wrong? I'm just answering your questions. Is that against Hogwarts regulations?
Ivan asked innocently. Umbridge's face froze, but she quickly regained her smile and turned to look at Hermione and Harry, who were still rooted to the spot.
Of course you didn't do anything wrong, Mr. Harles. Miss Granger and Mr. Potter were the ones who deducted the points and seriously disturbed the class with the intention of causing panic. As I said before, it is forbidden to ask questions that are not relevant to the class. I hope you will keep this in mind. The next time you speak, please raise your hand.
Especially you, Harles. I've been told you often make noise in class without the professor's permission. Is that right?
Umbridge challenged.
It's just a rumor, Professor. You should have your own judgment and not believe everything you hear.
Ivan said calmly.
Besides what happens in other subjects, the professors will naturally deal with it. Don't worry. After all, you are only a professor, not the head of the house, and have no right to interfere in other subjects, do you?
Ivan added.
Good, good.
Umbridge was shaking with anger.
Thank you for the compliment, Professor.
Ivan gave a small nod of his head.
You've only been here a short time, so if you have any questions about the school rules, feel free to ask me.
Umbridge's face contorted as she glared at Ivan for a moment, then glanced at the assembled wizards.
What are you looking at me for? If anyone fails to complete a task before the end of the lesson, I'll have to ask them to go to the brig.
The young wizards in the classroom shuddered and hurriedly picked up the books on the table. They flipped to the corresponding pages and read aloud. Umbridge suppressed her anger as she tried to think of a way to deal with Ivan, and moved to the chair next to the lectern. Somehow, as Umbridge sat down, the legs of the stool at the back of the chair suddenly broke under the weight, and Umbridge, not expecting it, screamed and smashed her head against the floor, rolling awkwardly on her side before getting up. Umbridge lost her cool and screamed.
Who did this? Show yourself.
Chapter 773, Beautiful Boys Are Good at Lying.
Who the hell did this? Show yourself.
Umbridge screamed as she got up from the floor, her face swollen and her wand raised, her eyes constantly scanning the classroom for the culprit. However, she did not suspect Ivan. After all, Ivan sat very far back and should not have had the chance to cast the spell. The students sitting in the front row were the most likely to attack the chair. Umbridge's pathetic appearance caused the young wizards to burst out laughing. For a moment, the classroom was filled with joy.
No laughing.
Umbridge scolded loudly. However, no one listened to her, and everyone laughed even more happily. It was rare for the young wizards of the two academies to be so happy. Umbridge's face twisted into a frightening grimace, and she angrily ordered everyone present to copy the school rules 50 times before leaving the classroom to deal with her injuries in the hospital wing amid even louder laughter. The afternoon defense against the dark arts lesson ended early. The classroom was noisy, with wizards talking about Umbridge's sorry state in class, and many of them heroically confronting Ivan, Hermione, and Harry. Ron was also very proud of her, and he loudly declared that he too wanted to take her on, but he had not thought of what to say.
Perhaps it's just Professor Umbridge's bad luck. Don't forget, every defense against the dark arts professor is unlucky, and no professor has ever managed to stay for a full year.
Hermione was dubious, but did not question him further. Harry and Ron didn't care if it was a coincidence, but they were happy enough to see Umbridge in trouble.
Well, I guess I'm in luck.
Ivan wandered around until he found an open window through which he could slip into his human form. The tower was very quiet at night, with blue and bronze silk hanging from the elegant arched windows. Rowena Ravenclaw's bust of a woman in white marble was placed in an alcove opposite the door, and to Ivan's delight, his target, Helena, stood gazing at the ornate statue.
Hello, Madam Grey.
Yvonne said, stepping forward.
Who is it?
A voice from the tower startled Helena, and she quickly turned to stare at Ivan as he emerged from the darkness.
You're not a Ravenclaw student, are you? What are you doing sneaking into the tower at this hour? I'm sorry to bother you, but I came all the way here to see you.
Ivan said, bowing slightly in apology.
Looking for me.
Helena looked surprised, but her tone was sarcastic.
Yes, Madam Grey.
Ivan nodded, then went on.
I'm very interested in this Millennium Castle and its history, and I happened to find some clues left behind by the founders during my earlier explorations. But there are still many things I don't understand, so I have some questions for you.
Fearing that Helena would suspect him of being up to no good, Ivan did not immediately tell her that he was looking for the Chamber of Magic, but rather, he did so in an effort to get closer to her and get information out of her. However, Ivan soon realized that he had miscalculated. Helena did not seem to be very interested in the topic of the founders.
I'm just a ghost. I can't help you. You should find someone else.
Please don't say that, Madam Helena. If Ravenclaw's daughter doesn't know anything about this castle, I can't think of anyone else to ask.
Ivan decisively used his first trump card to reveal Helena's identity.
You know who I am? From whom?
Helena asked, her expression finally changing.
I figured that out for myself, of course.
Yvonne laughed.
After all, the timing just doesn't add up.
Helena asked, confused. Ivan's lips curled into a smile. Knowing that he had successfully piqued Helena's interest, he cleared his throat and spoke again.
I don't know why you pretend to be someone else, but the Muggle historical record states that Lady Jane Grey, the first deposed Queen of Britain, was born in the 16th century, and you've been floating around this castle since before that, haven't you?
And I asked the ghosts at school, and they told me something about you.
Yvonne said, deliberately vague to avoid being seen through. Helena was silent for a while, then sighed and said quietly.
Clever boy, tell me, what do you want to know?
I'm interested in the history of Hogwarts, and I once stumbled upon Slytherin.
Ivan began, but Helena cut him off.
Another one.
Helena's tone became sharp.
What?
Yvonne was stunned.
Don't try to fool me.
Helena said with disgust as she drifted closer to Ivan and stared at him.
I'm afraid you didn't come all this way to listen to boring history.
Yvonne wondered how she had let the cat out of the bag and why Helena was so sure, but this was not the time to think about it. As Ivan racked his brains for a solution, Helena glanced at him and sighed.
Sure enough, pretty boys are good liars.
Chapter 774, The So-Called Requirement.
You may not know this, but a few decades ago, a wizard of your age sneaked into the tower one night and asked me similar questions.
Helena's voice drifted off. Ivan immediately guessed who Helena was talking about and cursed to himself. Damn Tom for getting in the way he wanted to go. Ivan silently wrote a note to Voldemort, but his expression did not change as he pretended to be confused.
I'm not sure what you mean.
You're here for Ravenclaw's diadem, aren't you?
Said Helena, looking disdainfully at Ivan, who was feigning ignorance.
In fact, you're not the first student to covet it.
Yvonne shook her head.
You won't admit it. HMPH, then it seems we have nothing to talk about.
Helena sneered and turned to leave. Ivan's voice was heard again.
The Ravenclaw diadem was destroyed years ago. Why would I want to find it?
Helena paused for a moment, then jerked her head around and stared at Ivan.
What did you say? The diadem was destroyed. Didn't you hear? This happened 3 years ago. It's something to do with Tom Riddle.
Yvonne pretended to be surprised, then deliberately paused before continuing.
He defiled the founder's relics and used Ravenclaw's diadem as a Horcrux, causing a riot at Hogwarts. I had to go to a lot of trouble to get rid of him.
Helena looked at Ivan suspiciously, but when he mentioned Tom Riddle and Horcruxes, she did not question him.
Would you be interested in hearing my story, Madam Helena?
Yvonne snapped her fingers, and a flame rose out of thin air in the dry fireplace, banishing the midnight chill. Helena was slightly surprised by this non-cane spell casting. After a moment of silence, she asked,
Can you tell me your name?
Ivan Hells.
said Ivan, bowing slightly.
Are you telling me that all 4 founders were involved in renovating this castle?
Ivan asked 5 nights later, after listening to Helena recount events from 1,000 years ago.
Yes, but most of them were done by Slytherin and my mother.
Helena said, her voice drifting. Yvonne nodded, unsurprised. According to Helena, Rowena Ravenclaw was highly skilled in the alchemical way, and Salazar Slytherin was the owner of the castle, so the renovations would naturally go to them. It seemed that his earlier guess had been correct. Helena might have a clue about the magical storage room.
You really are a very special person, Hales.
As Ivan pondered this, Helena drifted over to him and whispered to herself.
Not at all like a Gryffindor. As a matter of fact, quite a few people have said that, and I think I might be more suited to Ravenclaw House.
Ivan shrugged. If not for the memories of his original self, he would have never met Gryffindor.
No, you don't seem like a Ravenclaw either.
Helena said airily.
Why not?
Yvonne was baffled. She thought she was clever, eager to learn, and eager to learn.
No reason. It just doesn't seem like.
Helena beamed. Ivan's face darkened and he thought the ghost was teasing him. He shook his head helplessly and asked again.
By the way, Helena, why did you tell Tom about the diadem in the first place?
After a few days of contact with her, Yvonne found the ghost lady to be hard to fool, not nearly as easy as he had expected. Or had she learned her lesson after being tricked by Tom?
Tom was.
Helena sighed.
And he promised to return with my mother's diadem.
Well, that's not wrong. Tom did bring the diadem back but left it in the room of requirement.
Ivan said sarcastically, which was partly true.
HMPH.
Helena gave a little snort of displeasure, then sighed wistfully as she remembered how Tom Riddle had duped her.
I considered Tom a dear friend, but he lied to me, and I told him where the room of requirement was.
No wonder.
Ivan muttered to himself. The location of the room of requirement was very secretive, and even Dumbledore was only able to access it due to an accident. He had been wondering how Lord Voldemort knew about the room of requirement, and now realized that it was a trick of Helena's. Of course, Ivan was more curious about the workings of the room of requirement than anything else, as it was beyond his comprehension to be able to conjure up the most magical place in his mind. Helena had no intention of hiding the truth, so she quickly explained.
The room of requirement was a miracle created by my mother, Rowena Ravenclaw, using alchemy to combine the vast magic of the castle. The magic of the castle?
Yvonne asked, suddenly understanding. Oblivious to Ivan's change of expression, Helena continued.
On weekdays, this castle stores the magic you spend on your daily activities or on magic practice, for the use of secret passages, staircases, and protective charms.
Chapter 775, The Essence of Magic. In order to prevent Helena from sensing that something was wrong, Ivan suppressed his excitement and continued to try to get more information out of her. It was not until the wee hours of the morning that Ivan said goodbye to the ghost lady as usual.
Hales, I have a favor to ask of you.
Helena said suddenly.
Of course, we're friends, aren't we?
Ivan nodded. Helena had told him the location of the magical storage room, and he wasn't about to refuse a request.
I wish you would bring my mother's diadem.
Helena said hesitantly.
Okay, I'll get it to you as soon as I can.
Ivan looked at Helena with some hesitation. If he was not mistaken, as a ghost, Helena could not pick up or touch objects.
I just want to see it one last time.
Helena said quietly. After thinking about what Helena had been through, Ivan understood and gave her a sympathetic look. He then transformed back into an owl and flew out of the window. Dawn was breaking, and the first rays of the morning sun pierced the darkness. Ivan stayed up all night, but he was still in high spirits. He had no intention of returning to the dormitory to catch up on his sleep. Instead, he rushed to the 8th floor and paced back and forth across the huge tapestry 3 times, chanting in his heart. I need access to the Hogwarts mana storage room. When Ivan opened his eyes again, there was a door in the wall.
I'm glad there's a response.
Ivan said, relieved, as this proved that direct access to the room of requirement was possible. 9 times out of 10, an important place like this would have some sort of obstacle in its way, like a statue guardian, in case someone stumbled into the power system that destroyed the castle. Thus, before opening the door, Ivan whipped out his wand in case of an attack. Beyond the door was a dark, squarish, and forbidding-looking space. Undaunted, Ivan went inside, waving his wand to light the way with a strong light charm. Specks of fluorescence chased the darkness away, but to Ivan's surprise, there was only one set of antique bronze doors, similar to the one in Ravenclaw's common room, with an eagle-shaped knocker on each handle. Another door on the other side. What kind of protection was that? Ivan was a little taken aback, as the bronze knocker on top of it felt familiar.
Surely he's not asking me to answer questions.
Ivan nervously approached the door, and as he expected, the bronze eagle spoke slowly. May I ask?
Another question.
Ivan said calmly. However, the rigid bronze eagle spoke again. May I ask?
Well, if you want to know so badly, I'll tell you. The essence of magic is.
Ivan held up his wand expressionlessly, and a hot flame appeared.
Confringo, exploding thunder.
The flame expanded into a fireball that was several meters tall and slammed into the bronze door. The next moment, there was a loud bang and a sea of flames engulfed the entire space. After more than a minute, the flames began to fade, and the bronze door continued to repeat the same question.
It's that hard.
Yvonne was impressed, and when she took a few steps closer to examine it, she noticed something odd. The door was heavily encrusted with protective enchantments, or it would never have stopped his thunderbolt. It was not impossible to breach the castle by force. Ivan estimated that he would be able to do so after 4 or 5 hours of frenzied attacking. However, if he did so, the room would be completely emptied of all the magic that had been stored in the castle over the millennia. Ivan stared at the bronze door with a headache and sighed helplessly.
Lorna Ravenclaw, you really put me in a difficult position.
He had managed to master the complicated alchemy arrays and had spent a lot of time and effort trying to impress Helena. He had thought it would be foolproof, and that he would be able to work on the Philosopher's Stone soon, but he was stopped by a door.
Ivan, over here.
Ron, on the other hand, asked Ivan where he had been all morning.
Looking for a place to practice my magic.
Ivan replied casually as he quickly sat down in the empty seat. Practicing magic. Harry and Ron looked at each other. Those who are more talented than you work harder than you do, and the pie in their hands suddenly tasted bad. Hermione looked at Ivan with admiration and decided that she would have to work harder in the future. While they were lost in their thoughts, a messenger owl swooped in from outside and swooped down to drop a newspaper in front of Ivan.
It's the new Daily Prophet.
Hermione exclaimed as she picked it up and scanned the pages, her expression growing grave.
Have a look, all of you. We're about to have trouble.
Chapter 776, Educational Decree Number.
Fudge!
Ivan sneered as he held the Daily Prophet. Now, with the threat of Lord Voldemort looming over him, the Ministry of Magic, the official body of the wizarding community, has repeatedly troubled him. Such an action had crossed Ivan's line. He was not Dumbledore, who would care about rules and regulations or care about so-called procedural justice, and waste his time wrangling with idiots who could be squashed at will. If the ministry's actions were not to his liking, then he would not mind correcting them himself. As for how to deal with Fudge, Ivan had thought about it over the past few days and had even formulated a preliminary plan. If all went well, he would be able to clean up the Ministry of Magic as the savior and replace most of the do-not-do officials with his own people. Of course, this plan was still very incomplete at the moment, and there were many problems to be solved, the most important of which was to make the Philosopher's Stone to make up for their shortcomings. Despite his considerable power and influence, he could easily destroy the Ministry of Magic, but if he did so, they would go from hiding to being out in the open, under attack from both the righteous and the Death Eaters. After all, the Ministry of Magic was an official body, held in such high esteem by the general population that even a ruthless man like Voldemort would not dare to take its place, and would resort to using the Imperious Curse to control the minister. Therefore, in addition to overwhelming power, it would be wise to have a good reason to
Liberate
the ministry without incurring the public's disgust.
I guess you're right, Hermione. The Ministry of Magic is going to interfere with Hogwarts. What are we going to do now?
Harry asked worriedly. Umbridge's tenure as Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts was annoying enough, but now that she is High Inquisitor and has the power to examine other professors, Harry can't imagine how hard life will be for her.
What else can we do? There's nothing we can do.
Hermione sighed.
Don't look so worried, just watch. The professors aren't that easy to deal with. If she tries to vet Snape, Snape will put a jinx on her.
Ron vowed without a hint of panic. Harry's spirits lifted as he pictured Snape going head-to-head with Umbridge. Hermione rolled her eyes as she listened to their conversation. What about the other professors in the school? While the trio was deep in thought, Ivan continued to peruse the newspaper. Other than the headline, the rest of the article was interesting. One report, for example, mentioned that the Ministry of Magic had held 3 meetings over the past 2 months to discuss reforms to Hogwarts, but Dumbledore did not appear, much to the displeasure of the council. It can be said that the swift passage of Educational Decree No. 22 had much to do with Dumbledore's long absence.
Where the hell is Dumbledore?
Chapter 777, Prophecy and Upset Umbridge. On Wednesday afternoon in divination, Professor Trelawney was holding a copy of the Dream Interpreter's Guide, in which she was describing 3 ways to solve a dream. The students sitting around were getting drowsy, and even Ivan was getting impatient. His divination had not been touched since his 2nd year, either because of Trelawney's lack of knowledge or because he simply did not have the talent for it.
Now, let's split into pairs, and with the help of the Dream Interpreter's Guide, explain to each other what we've recently seen in our dreams.
Trelawney was closing her book to sort out her class assignments for the day when she was interrupted by the sharp sound of a door opening. Ephraim turned to see Umbridge emerging from a trapdoor in the floor.
Good afternoon, Professor Trelawney.
Umbridge casually closed the trapdoor and looked at Trelawney with a wide, sweet smile.
I'm sure you got my notice, didn't you? It says to check when and when you're due for classes.
Professor Trelawney nodded with a straight face, looking unhappy, and then, without looking at her, continued to instruct the students on the exact steps of the dream interpretation. Undeterred by Trelawney's lack of enthusiasm, Umbridge grabbed the chair nearest to her and sat down, scribbling on her clipboard. When Trelawney sat down to rest, Umbridge, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked,
How long have you been in this position, Professor Trelawney? Almost 16 years.
Trelawney replied unhappily.
16 years, quite a bit of time.
Umbridge began, scribbling on her clipboard.
So you were employed by Headmaster Dumbledore.
That's right,
said Professor Trelawney crisply. Professor Umbridge scribbled some more notes on her clipboard before looking up again.
From what I understand, you are the great-great-granddaughter of the famous seer Cassandra Trelawney. Yes,
said Professor Trelawney haughtily, his head held high.
but as I recall, none of Cassandra Trelawney's children seem to have inherited her gift of the seer.
Umbridge asked, looking at Trelawney suspiciously.
Because it's usually passed down from generation to generation.
Professor Trelawney's face became a little more unnatural. Umbridge's smile widened, and she slammed her clipboard shut.
Next, I would like you to make a prediction that will determine your teaching rating.
Hearing their conversation, the young wizards in the classroom put down their books and looked over curiously. Trelawney stared angrily at Umbridge for a long moment before she snapped.
I can't give you a prophecy. The inner eye is not ordained to see. Well, I think I know what you mean.
Umbridge shook her head in disappointment, picked up her clipboard and prepared to leave. Behind him, Trelawney's deep voice cut the silence.
If I were you, I'd leave this school immediately.
Umbridge stopped in her tracks and turned in surprise. Trelawney's appearance had changed. He was lying low in his chair, his body twitching. He looked very strange.
I see darkness in you.
Trelawney's eyes widened, and she screamed shrilly, her high-pitched voice causing the nearby wizards to cover their ears. Umbridge was so shocked that she took 2 steps back, her face turning red as she shouted angrily.
Trelawney, did you just curse me?
Trelawney's face was very pale, and she seemed to be overexhausted, as she gasped for breath and looked at Umbridge with fear in her eyes.
Prophecy, but I've heard a lot of students say that you like to terrorize new students at the beginning of the school year, saying that they will die violent deaths this year, don't you?
Umbridge asked, staring hard at Trelawney. Trelawney, however, was adamant that this was the future she saw, and Umbridge, annoyed, stormed off.
My goodness, I never knew Professor Trelawney to be so brave.
Ron exclaimed in admiration as he watched the angry Umbridge walk away, and then looked at Trelawney's frail frame. These days, Umbridge reviews 6 professors, and Professor Trelawney is the toughest of them all.
I'm afraid it was more than bravery. Have you forgotten the prophecies Professor Trelawney made a few years ago? Many of them have come true. Perhaps this was a true prophecy as well.
Hermione said solemnly. From what she could see, although Trelawney was known to speak nonsense under normal circumstances, when something was out of the ordinary, it must be true.
Well, that's even better, because Umbridge will soon be out of luck.
Ron gloated.
So far, no defense against the dark arts professor has been able to stay put for more than a year,
said Harry, nodding in agreement. Ivan did not participate in their discussion. To him, Umbridge was a minor character who would have been thrown out if he had not been useful. The only thing Ivan was curious about was whether Trelawney's prophecy could be changed. He did not forget that a prophecy made 15 years ago explicitly stated that Harry and Voldemort, mortal enemies, would only die by each other's hands. If he destroyed all the Horcruxes and killed Lord Voldemort in a duel, wouldn't that mean the prophecy was broken? Yvonne thought about this possibility in her head and did not hear Hermione's shout. The helpless witch had to tug at Ivan's sleeve.
What is it, Hermione?
Yvonne asked, regaining her composure.
I'm saying we've wasted more than a month waiting.
Hermione declared.
You know who and the Death Eaters could attack at any moment. And if the Ministry of Magic is determined not to give us proper defense against the dark arts lessons, then we should learn our own protective magic.
Chapter 778, Rebuilding the Dueling Club.
You're going to set up a student association.
Yvonne asked, looking at Hermione in surprise.
A study group, to be precise.
Hermione corrected her.
As I asked before, many people are willing to take part, and all that's missing is a qualified teacher. So, you want me to be a professor?
Yvonne, of course, could read between the lines.
Yes, in your first year, you defeated Quirrell, who was under you-know-who's control. Last year, you single-handedly subdued a giant dragon and did many things that not even a professor could have done. There is no one better suited than you.
The young witch gushed. When she first started the group, many people only joined because of Ivan's fame. Hermione took a deep breath, her brown eyes fixed on Ivan.
If anyone can defeat Lord Voldemort, it's you, Ivan.
Undeterred by the witch's flattery, Ivan's ego inflated and he looked sheepishly at Harry, who was supposedly the one who had defeated Lord Voldemort.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Harry.
Hermione said apologetically, remembering that he was still there.
No, you're just telling the truth, Hermione.
Harry waved her off, indicating that he didn't care, that he had never considered himself special. The only reason Ivan and Sirius were able to hold out in the graveyard for so long was because of the subtle connection between the wands. Or perhaps he was just lucky. However, luck alone was clearly not enough to defeat Voldemort, so Harry agreed with Hermione.
I'm fine with being a professor, but I've been very busy lately and I need to look up some information. I don't think I'll be able to spare much time. It's best if the study group meets once a week. Why don't we set it for Sunday morning?
Ivan said hesitantly. Now that the decision had been made, Yvonne perked up and began to discuss the exact form of the meeting with Hermione and the others. He planned to make it like the dueling club in his second year, focusing on actual combat teaching and setting up small prizes to arouse everyone's interest. During their free time, the students could be split into groups of 3 to 4, and they could practice magic freely. There would be a duel once a week, and if they did not want to lose face, they would spend some time practicing magic in private.
Like a dueling club, not a bad idea.
Said Hermione, brightening at Ivan's idea. The dueling club held by Lockhart was very lively, and all the students of the school attended. Even though Lockhart's skill level was too low and he often instructed them blindly, they still learned a lot of dueling techniques. However, there were a lot of people in the group, and if they wanted to set up a dueling area, they would need a large enough space. Ordinary empty classrooms were not that big.
We could go to the Shrieking Shack.
Ivan suggested without thinking. It was the only place that fit. After all, the room of requirement was his private property. In case of an accident, it was better not to let outsiders in for the time being. Harry and Hermione thought about it for a while and agreed, thinking that the place was rather secretive. Ron suddenly said,
What if Umbridge finds out something's wrong with all of us disappearing at once?
Yvonne looked at Ron in confusion. It was normal to have a few dozen fewer people at school on their day off, wasn't it? If Umbridge had asked, they could have said Hogsmeade. However, to his surprise, Harry and Hermione actually started discussing ways to deal with Umbridge. Seeing that they could not come up with a perfect plan after a long discussion, Ivan shook his head and said casually,
Why don't we just let her rest for a few days?
How to stop Harry, Ron, and Hermione wondered. Umbridge would not listen to them. Yvonne kept her mouth shut and kept him guessing, making no attempt to answer. 3 days later, Umbridge was sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries after she accidentally twisted her ankle and fell down the stairs. Many students suspected that Trelawney had secretly placed a jinx on her, and the curse prophecy went viral in the school.
You did it, didn't you, Yvonne? You were wonderful.
Harry exclaimed, having understood the situation the moment he heard. Yvonne merely smiled, acquiescing.
If you ask me, you're going too easy on her. You'd be better off dropping her.
Ron muttered, having been sick of Umbridge these days. During defense against the dark arts class yesterday, Umbridge gave them a detention for failing to copy the school rules 50 times, and they were forced to write, obey the school rules, 100 times with a quill that had no ink. It was unknown what kind of curse Umbridge had placed on the quill, but every scratch she made on the parchment was imprinted on the backs of their hands, making them feel as if they were being pricked by needles. If Ivan had not found a way to undo the spell, they would never have escaped the mark of humiliation. Hermione, in a rare exception, did not comment on Ron's over-the-top comments, and even suggested that they use George and Fred's
Automatic pen.
to complete the homework that Umbridge had given them.
Are you really Hermione?
Harry stared at her in shock. Ron looked as if he had seen a ghost, and he wondered who had used Polyjuice potion to get to where they were, as the real Hermione would never allow them to cheat.
Umbridge is the exception, and we can't afford to waste too much time on something as pointless as copying school rules.
Hermione declared, far from being unreasonable. However, this statement was obviously not very convincing, as she had written the rules 50 times by hand.
By the way, when did you finish copying the school rules, Yvonne?
Ron asked curiously, thinking that she would never give in to Umbridge. Ivan had no intention of hiding the truth and immediately explained that he only remembered about it in class and used magic to replicate it.
I wanted to help you, but when I saw that you and Ron weren't fazed, I thought you'd figured out a way to deal with Umbridge.
Chapter 779, We Will Take Back the Right to Cast. While they were chatting, Ivan and the others arrived at the Whomping Willows tree and went down the secret passage to the Shrieking Shack. Before she entered the classroom, she heard a lot of noise. When Ivan pushed the door open, he was shocked to see that there were at least 200 young wizards attending the class. Judging by their uniforms, Gryffindor and most of Hufflepuff's young wizards were present, as were some Ravenclaw and Slytherin students. Yvonne didn't need to think too hard to know that the castle was half empty, and it was no wonder Ron thought Umbridge could tell when something was wrong. The noise at the door quickly attracted the attention of the young wizard, and for a moment, more than 100 pairs of eyes looked over. The prefects of the various houses were in charge of maintaining order. Hannah Abbott, Ernie Macmillan, Anthony Geddes, Padma Peltier, and even the prefect of Slytherin, Pansy Parkinson. Together with Hermione and Ron, it can be said that all the prefects of Hogwarts except Malfoy have arrived. Being stared at by this large group of people, Ivan felt a headache coming on. He had originally thought that he was here to guide a group of 20 or 30 people.
Sir Harles.
Ernie Macmillan, who was in the front row, greeted him respectfully. Hannah Abbott and Pansy Parkinson joined in, looking at Ivan with a mixture of flattery and awkwardness. In fact, during the summer holidays, they were ordered by their families to do everything in their power to get closer to Ivan Howells. Get as close as you can. At first, Hannah Abbott and the others were naturally reluctant. Who in their right mind would not be the little princess of the family? Besides, they came from good families and would be lucky not to have to be fawned over. However, when they figured out the reason, they were all dumbfounded. They could not believe that their parents and family had sided with Ivan Howells, their schoolmate. And this classmate of his, whom he met from time to time, had actually defeated the famous mysterious man.
Just relax and don't be too formal. Just call me by my name at school.
Both Hannah and Pansy were relieved to hear this. They were Hogwarts prefects, after all, and it was embarrassing to act like they were mere footmen in front of so many people. Ernie Macmillan, on the other hand, remained very respectful. He had seen Ivan's true face in his memory, so he was still very reserved and did not dare to be disrespectful.
What are you doing here, Pansy? I didn't invite you.
Hermione had recovered from her surprise and was glaring at Pansy Parkinson with hostility. She never informed any of the Slytherin students about the group, nor did she even think of inviting them. After all, the two academies had deep conflicts and could not trust each other.
I don't need your invitation, Granger, and you're not in charge of teaching us.
Pansy Parkinson scowled and retorted. The Slytherin students behind her were visibly upset. Many of them had been forcibly dragged here by Pansy Parkinson, and now that Hermione had told them to leave, they were ready to leave. Hermione, however, insisted that Pansy and the others were there for a reason, and that they were probably trying to find out why they were there, so that they could tell Umbridge. The two soon got into an argument in the Shrieking Shack, and the young Slytherin and Gryffindor wizards drew their wands in a vaguely antagonistic fashion.
I'm sure no one here means any harm, Hermione.
Ivan said sternly, interrupting her argument with Pansy.
But they...
Hermione began, wanting to respond.
No buts.
Yvonne cut Hermione off again, then deliberately raised her voice as she continued.
Don't forget, we're facing the threat of you-know-who, and we should all stick together. There's no house.
Ivan's words reminded Hermione of the Sorting Hat's warning at the beginning of term, and she nodded, dropping her hostility towards Pansy Parkinson. The originally tense atmosphere in the Shrieking Shack softened somewhat at Ivan's words. Only Ernie Macmillan and the others looked at Yvonne strangely.
If I'm not mistaken, you've defeated you-know-who, haven't you?
Ivan ignored their doubts and turned to face the 100 or so wizards.
Welcome to the defense against the Dark Arts Association. Due to the lack of time, your prefects may not have mentioned the purpose of this association to you. So I will briefly repeat that my sole purpose in creating this association was to take back the right of spell casting from the Ministry of Magic.
Chapter 780. Ivan, I will reveal everything the Ministry of Magic has covered. To take back the right to cast spells from the Ministry of Magic. The young wizards were puzzled, unable to understand Ivan's meaning. Hermione, on the other hand, was able to understand some of it and reluctantly translated Ivan's words.
You're saying that the Ministry of Magic made Umbridge ban us from learning protective magic, so we have to learn it ourselves.
That's one way to put it.
Yvonne nodded but didn't argue.
I hope you haven't forgotten Umbridge's speech at the welcoming feast.
You're saying that the Ministry of Magic made Umbridge ban us from learning protective magic, so we have to learn it ourselves. That's one way to put it.
But I think you should all know that this is a complete and utter lie.
Ivan scanned the room, his gaze sharpening as he silently added a voice sound charm to his spell.
Think about it, people. Quirrell 4 years ago, Lockhart 3 years ago, Dementors and Pettigrew 2 years ago, and that riot on the Goblet of Fire a few months ago. All of which you and I have personally experienced, which shows that the Ministry is lying, that danger is never far away, and that the wizarding community is not safe. And what did Minister for Magic Fudge and his Auror subordinates do when we were in danger and isolated? They have not been of any use to us.
Ivan asserted.
Nor have they fulfilled all the promises they have made. The Ministry has only disappointed us time and time again by letting the Dementors loose on Hogwarts and making a mess of everything, even locking up the hero of the wizarding community in Azkaban for 13 years in the wrong place.
Ivan's face took on a sardonic expression as he enunciated each word.
The Ministry of Magic excels at issuing security statements after the fact, maintaining non-existent harmony and peace, suppressing anyone who will speak the truth, and attempting to deceive our parents about all dangers being an accident.
Ivan's booming voice echoed through the shrieking shack, his rhythmic speech quickly stirring up the wizards' anger and bringing back memories of the dangers they had faced in the castle. The Dementors' terror 2 years ago was something that many people still remember. At the same time, they will never forget that when those disgusting creatures descended from the sky and tried to harm them, it was not the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic who stood in their way, but the hero of Hogwarts, the great dragoon Ivan Howells. Seeing that the time was right and the young wizards had accepted their beliefs, Ivan pointed at the door of the hut and said,
If any of you are still willing to believe the Ministry's claims and expect the Aurors to arrive in time when you are in danger, you may leave now. I will not try to stop you. But
as soon as Ivan finished speaking, Luna stepped forward and said briskly,
I believe you, Hulse. The Ministry of Magic is full of liars. My dad says they're worse than molesters.
Right, the Ministry of Magic has no right to stop us from learning protective magic, and we're going to get our spell-casting rights back.
Ernie Macmillan chimed in, expressing his strong support for Ivan's ideals. After the two of them spoke, more and more young wizards raised their hands and announced that they were joining the defense against the Dark Arts Association. In the end, even the Slytherin students joined in, and no one left.
I'm very happy to have your trust.
Ivan said, smiling at the eager young wizards.
The next time you come here, I'll show you what the Ministry is hiding.
Ivan's words aroused everyone's curiosity. Was there something else the Ministry was keeping from them? However, Ivan did not answer their questions, and instead changed the topic of the day, arranging for the 168 young wizards present to be sorted into groups according to their grades and house, with each prefect in charge.
Are we going to train here?
Someone shouted from the crowd after Ivan finished dividing the team. Ivan glanced over and saw that it was Colin, who was a year younger than him, but that the other young wizards were more or less unhappy with the training ground. After all, the Shrieking Shack had been abandoned for a long time. It was dirty and messy, with dust everywhere. Even the air was filled with the smell of decay. Other than the fact that it was relatively open, it did not look like a training ground at all.
What do you think a qualified training ground needs, Colin?
Colin said uncertainly after a moment.
Very good, battle dummies.
Ivan nodded, then pointed his wand at a corner of the Shrieking Shack. The rotting tables and chairs floated up from the ground and twisted in midair. In just a few seconds, over 100 dummies were standing on their feet. Not only that, but there were also two wheels at the bottom of these combat dummies, which constantly changed positions under the influence of magic. They were not rigid targets, but magic dummies that could run, jump, and counterattack. Such a wide range of transfiguration left Colin and the others speechless for a long time.
Anyone else have any requests?
Ivan asked, lowering his wand and turning to the others. The eyes of the students present lit up. Only then did they understand that Ivan was planning to use transfiguration to create a suitable training ground for them.
We also need a place where we can sit and rest, and clean the floor.
The windows need fixing, or they'll leak.
How about adding some decorations there?
Chapter 781, Attack Together. A large and tidy practice room came into view. The students were extremely excited, and many of them looked at the surrounding sets with pride, as they had also contributed greatly. Ivan waved his wand and arranged a bookshelf neatly before speaking.
This will be our training ground from now on. You can come here every morning on your day off to practice your magic. As for now,
Ivan went on, looking at the smaller wizards and witches in the crowd.
all students under the 3rd year move to the right, where the practice dummies will be your opponents.
As Ivan spoke, everyone looked to their right, where over 100 practice dummies were standing and moving around. As these practice dummies were made of wood and did not seem to pose much of a threat, even the younger wizards did not take them seriously. Some of them even felt that there were too few of them and that there were not enough to go around. Ivan only smiled at this but did not reply. The practical dummies he animated were not easy to deal with, and they would be lucky if they did not get beaten to tears, given that they had not been in any combat.
Pansy, Ron, Anthony, and Hannah, you're in charge of guiding them.
Ivan instructed the prefects. Ron and the others nodded and called for the younger students to start fighting the dummies. After settling the children down, Ivan turned his attention to the remaining senior students and instructed them to split into pairs for practice. Soon, the Shrieking Shack was bustling with activity. Charms of all kinds were flying through the air, and Ivan was roaming the grounds, using healing magic to heal the injured and giving instructions from time to time.
Hands high, Seamus, watch the wand's movements. All 7 of us?
Anthony Geddes asked hesitantly.
Of course,
Said Ivan. Remembering Ivan's skill in transfiguration and his performance in the Triwizard Cup last year, Anthony Geddes decided to keep his mouth shut and take out his wand. Hermione and the others, who had a rough estimate of Ivan's strength, drew their wands and stood opposite him without a word. The other young wizards took a few steps back, leaving a wide space in which to watch the fight. Ivan, who did not think it was safe enough, waved his wand and cast a few protective spells to prevent anyone from getting hurt.
this is just practice, but you can do whatever you want. There are no restrictions and you don't have to worry about hurting me.
The prefects frowned at Ivan's words, and Anthony thought he was being too arrogant. They were prefects and one of the best wizards in their year.
Expelliarmus, Expelliarmus.
Anthony wanted to show Ivan his true power, so he waved his wand and shouted. Hermione and the others did not hesitate to cast their spells.
Stupefy, stupefy.
Reducto, crushed to pieces. Be advised not to fight alone, but to join forces and cast spells. Only an attack on the same location in a short period of time will be able to break my impediment spell. Remember to keep changing your position, Ron. Don't always cast spells in the same place. It's a big no-no in a fight.
Under Ivan's constant command, Hermione and the others, who had been fighting on their own, began to work better together. However, they soon realized to their despair that no matter how well they worked together, Ivan would always be able to crack it easily. For 5 minutes, they could not even force him to move. The battle ended quickly after Ivan switched from defense to offense. Ivan shook his head in amusement as he watched the prefects being knocked down one by one. He had held back as much as he could, or the battle would have ended in seconds.
I bet not even the professor is as good as you, Hales.
Chapter 782. Ivan, I really am not suitable for Ravenclaw Institute.
Work hard, and one day you'll do just as well.
Yvonne said with a smile, stepping forward to pat Anthony on the shoulder. She then turned back to Hermione and the others.
If you'd worked better together, you might have had a chance to knock me down.
Hermione and the others rolled their eyes. They didn't believe a word of it. The seven of them together couldn't even force Ivan to move a little. With such a difference in strength, it didn't matter how well they worked together. Pansy and Hannah glanced at each other. Having experienced Ivan's extraordinary level of magic for themselves, they were beginning to believe in their family's nonsense. Ernie Macmillan was not at all surprised, as he was well aware that Ivan had gone all out against them. A real fight would have ended in a second, as they would not have been able to stop Ivan's magic. Ernie could not forget the memory of the 10-meter-long sword that had cut through the fog. He could not believe that this was a spell that a wizard could use. It was a moving catastrophe. Ivan had no idea what Ernie Macmillan was imagining in his head, but when there were a lot of people around, his legilimency was usually kept at the lowest level of perception of malice, and he did not have the leisure of perceiving everyone's thoughts one by one. After consoling the prefects, Ivan called for the young wizards to regroup and resume their practice. During the morning's duel with the young wizards, Ivan already had a rough idea of their strength, so he assigned those who were of similar strength to a group. Firstly, it helps them to spur each other on without either side having the absolute advantage over the other. Secondly, it would make it easier for him to guide her. After all, having similar strength meant that she only needed to say a few words to turn the situation around. It was just as Ivan had expected. The students who had been taught felt as if they had suddenly become stronger and had easily defeated their opponents. The practice did not stop until the evening, when Ivan singled out a few of the fastest-moving students for individual instruction, earning him another wave of gratitude. As for the young wizards who were fighting the wooden dummies, they were all badly beaten up, as the magical dummies were simply too agile and strong. Even with half of their bodies broken, they were still alive and kicking. In order not to traumatize the imps, Ivan had to repeatedly weaken the magical dummies to make them easier to deal with. After a hard battle, the young wizards who finally defeated the
strong enemy
were filled with a sense of accomplishment. The depression they felt from being brutally beaten up was swept away, and they even left reluctantly. As the organizer of the defense against the Dark Arts Association, Ivan was naturally among the last to leave. Before she left, Ivan thought of the annoying bronze knocker and stopped Luna, who had not yet left the house.
Are you free this evening, Luna?
Yvonne asked bluntly.
Well,
Luna murmured, counting down the things she had to do for the evening, then added with a smile.
but we can do them tomorrow.
That's good. I'd like to ask you a favor. Meet me on the 8th floor at 10 o'clock tonight. It shouldn't take too much of your time.
Ivan said cautiously. He didn't want to be overheard, so he didn't reveal too much. Luna, on the other hand, merely blinked and nodded, showing no interest in asking. After saying goodbye to Luna, Ivan went to Hogsmeade to buy some magical ingredients, feeling vaguely excited. Although he had not yet figured out the nature of magic, he thought of another way to get through the gates. It was a simple question of changing the bronze door. Ivan suspected that the bronze eagle in the room of requirement, similar to the double standard eagle in front of the Ravenclaw lounge, would give special treatment to Ravenclaw students. Or perhaps they were one and the same, or else they would not have asked him the same question. It was with this in mind that he invited Luna to try the room of requirement that evening. It was best if she succeeded, but it didn't matter if she didn't. Luna was very tight-lipped and would not speak of it to anyone, as she had proven many times before.
Looks like I'm a little late.
Ivan said apologetically, somewhat embarrassed that he seemed to be the one who was late every time he went out with Luna.
No, I just got here.
Luna said, shaking her head to show that she didn't care. She looked at Ivan expectantly, as if she was very interested in having adventures in the middle of the night. Ivan didn't want to waste any time. After casting a few spells to make sure no one was watching, he walked up to one of the walls in front of Luna and walked up and down it 3 times, then pushed open the door that had suddenly appeared on the wall and walked in. Luna followed Ivan into the dark space, but she was not afraid at all.
Where are we? Did you find another chamber?
It's not a chamber of secrets, but it's something like that. This is the Room of Requirement, founded by Lady Ravenclaw.
Ivan replied casually, then raised his wand and said the incantation.
Lumos Maxima.
The faint blue light gradually dispelled the darkness, and the bronze door slowly appeared in front of them. Luna looked at it and saw that the bronze door was very similar to the one in Ravenclaw's rest.
Want to answer the question?
Luna asked curiously.
Well, go on and give it a try,
Said Ivan encouragingly. As Ivan watched expectantly, Luna took a few steps towards the door, and the bronze eagle slowly opened its beak. May I ask?
Magic is magic. It's magical. It can't be seen, it can't be touched, but it allows us to release magic and perform miracles.
Chapter 783, The Choice Between Wisdom and Family. Good point. The bronze eagle suddenly spoke, its gentle voice echoing in the enclosed space, and then the heavy bronze door slowly opened. Ivan was stunned by the sight of the front door, which was wide open. He had spent over a week searching the restricted section for an answer to a question, and Luna had solved it so easily.
and the answer is so.
Luna seemed to sense Ivan's confusion and quickly explained.
The bronze eagle's questions usually have no fixed answer.
Ivan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Luna's words. He knew he had been wrong from the start. The bronze eagle wasn't out to get him. However, he was prejudiced, frightened by the difficulty of the question, and confident that he had the ability to explore the nature of magic, so he took it as Ravenclaw's test for him. However, it turned out that he was just fighting air.
Helena was right.
Ivan said.
I'm not cut out for Ravenclaw House.
After this,
Trial.
Yvonne came to understand one of her flaws, which was her lack of magical thinking, which was completely at odds with the Lady Ravenclaw of over 1,000 years ago. For example, the bronze eagle asked, "What is the nature of water?" He certainly answered scientifically, "Water is an inorganic substance composed of hydrogen and oxygen." But the actual reference answer, water, is the source of life. Ivan had only one thing to say in response, MMP.
Are we going in, Ivan?
Luna asked, looking at the open bronze doors with a curious gaze.
Okay, let's go in together.
Ivan collected his thoughts and pushed them to the back of his mind. Behind the bronze door was a very large research room. After 1,000 years, it was surprisingly well preserved, except for a thick layer of dust. The old mahogany table in the middle of the room was covered with research manuscripts and magical materials, and the walls were covered with books on magic. In addition, Ivan also noticed that the magical power in this research room was abnormally active. With a thought, a ball of fire appeared on his palm. Although he had mastered the art of casting spells without a staff, he had never been able to cast a spell as smoothly as he did tonight.
A man's greatest treasure is his extraordinary intellect.
Ivan's thoughts were interrupted by a low, dreamlike cry, and he turned to see Luna. At this moment, the little witch was standing in front of a greenish-white stone tablet, staring at the words on it. It was only after Ivan had taken a few steps that he realized that the text was written in ancient runes, and that the text was too incomplete for him to fully understand. However, when combined with Luna's words, it was not hard to confirm that Ravenclaw's quote was engraved on it, "That wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind." However, to Ivan's surprise, there was a deep crack on the surface of the tablet, almost splitting it in half. Ivan was pretty sure this was not the result of natural weathering, but a sign of a magical attack. This was intriguing, as Ravenclaw himself would have been responsible for the monument's destruction if no one else had been responsible for it.
Perhaps in her later years, Madame Ravenclaw didn't agree with that saying.
Luna said softly, reaching out to touch the cracks on the tablet.
Why do you say that?
Yvonne asked, looking at Luna with interest.
No reason why, I think that's it.
Luna said, shaking her head.
Otherwise, I can't think of a reason why Madame Ravenclaw would destroy the tablet.
Yvonne was speechless. Intuition, I thought, that's it.
Perhaps you're right, Luna. I'm afraid Helena is the reason.
Luna asked curiously. Yvonne had no intention of hiding the truth from him. She told him about Ravenclaw's daughter Helena, who had stolen the diadem in an attempt to become smarter and more famous than her mother. It is rumored that after her lost daughter, Rowena Ravenclaw devoted all her attention to the study of magic. Yvonne suspected that Rowena Ravenclaw looked at the stone tablet every day as she went in and out of the research lab, and then, remembering that she had betrayed her daughter in order to gain human intelligence, she angrily cast a curse on it.
It seems Lady Ravenclaw has found something more important than wisdom.
Luna muttered to herself, looking at the damaged tablet.
Kinship.
At this, Luna's spirits fell. Ivan realized that the little witch must have thought of his mother, who had died in a magical experiment, so he quickly changed the subject and asked Luna to join him in his research. Due to the passage of 1,000 years, many of the alchemy manuscripts in the research lab had been blurred and illegible, making their search much more difficult. Fortunately, some of the most crucial research manuscripts were kept in a jade case by Ravenclaw, who had previously studied both ancient English and ancient runes.
This is it.
Chapter 784, Making the Philosopher's Stone. It took an entire night before Ivan was able to complete the modifications to the alchemy array, and some time later, he was able to transfer all of the required materials to the research lab.
It's exactly 4 o'clock in the morning. There are 3 to 4 hours left. There should still be time.
Ivan muttered to himself as he glanced at the clock wearily after a long night. The professors and students of Hogwarts were probably still asleep at this hour, and even if they had temporarily cut off the castle's magic in the process of making the stone, it would not have made much of an impact. Of course, normally speaking, the removal of excess magic would not interfere with the normal operation of the castle, and the timing was specifically chosen in the early hours of the morning just in case. However, Ivan's original plan was to inform the headmaster, Dumbledore, before using the castle's magic to create the Philosopher's Stone. However, in the first 2 months of the school year, the headmaster of Hogwarts seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and neither McGonagall nor Snape knew where Dumbledore had gone. This disturbed Ivan, and he was forced to prepare for the worst, choosing to create the stone first. After all, he was the only one who could fight against Voldemort. With that in mind, Ivan took out the Book of Hieroglyphs and placed the mithril, sulfur, mercury, and other alchemical materials according to its description.
Now all that's left is the blood of magic.
Ivan said, taking a deep breath and slicing his wrist open with his wand. Blood poured out of the wound and onto the huge alchemy array. As if it had a mind of its own, the viscous liquid flowed slowly along the magical lines. By the time the blood had completely soaked through the runes, Ivan's face was ashen, but his eyes were shining brightly. He was only one step away from success. Ivan did not immediately activate the array. Instead, he cautiously waved his wand and set up a magical barrier, then activated all the protective rings he had brought with him. 10 layers of magical barriers instantly appeared around him. With this protection, he would have time to set up even if Lord Voldemort decided to make trouble.
I don't think we've missed anything.
Ivan said, looking around to make sure he had everything he needed before he dropped to one knee and placed his hands on the floor. Buzz Tilde. With the infusion of magic, the golden inscriptions on the ground lit up and quickly outlined a magical 5-star array. However, due to the blood-soaked environment, the faint blue glow had been replaced by blood red. Those who did not know better would think that this was some sort of evil summoning ritual.
Alchemist
Had indeed been added to the title column, which rewarded him with 1 legendary point. Magical item, Philosopher's Stone. Magic. Description: this is the greatest creation of alchemy, but to a true master alchemist, possessing it is only the beginning.
Nearly 9,000 years of wizarding magic.
Chapter 785, Alchemical Armguards and Philosopher's Stone. Ivan toyed with the stone for a while, then took out the alchemical armguard he had made earlier and set the stone in the groove in the middle of the armguard. With a soft click, the indentation closed and the magical patterns on the armguard seemed to come to life, glowing a ghostly blue. After placing the alchemical armguard on his forearm, Ivan tried to move his wand to channel the magic within the stone. Several invisible magic blades suddenly slashed out, and the strong wind pressure caused cracks to appear on the ground. The hard stone statue in the distance trembled and then collapsed into several pieces.
It's quite powerful.
Ivan said, nodding in satisfaction as he examined the shattered statue. It was almost the same as when he used his magic to cast spells. With this stone, he would have thousands of times the magical reserves of an ordinary wizard in future battles, and would no longer have to worry about running out of magical energy. Ivan's nerves finally relaxed at the thought. Although there was still a large gap between his current level of strength and the explosive power he could unleash in his protective mode, he was able to hold his own against Voldemort with his bloodline magic and his endless supply of magic. This meant that he finally did not have to pretend to be powerful or worry about being seen through every day, and could do many things freely. Ivan, in a good mood, went on to enjoy the legendary touchstone to gold experience, using an alchemy array to turn a few rocks into heavy gold. After a series of experiments, Ivan was convinced that this was a true matter transformation, and would have no problem exchanging the gold for gold in Gringotts. In contrast, the stone's magical reserves had been reduced by 30 units, causing Ivan to wince. After all, the stored magic could not be recovered by itself. New magic could only be poured into the stone by finding another place where the magic was abundant and reusing an alchemy array to channel it.
For the time being, it's unlikely that money will ever be enough to kill an opponent.
Ivan shook his head in disappointment. Turning stone into gold was fascinating, but it would be a waste of precious magic. After gaining a general understanding of the various uses of the stone, Ivan waved his wand and restored the ruined research room to its original state. It took a while for Ivan's excitement over the philosopher's stone to subside, and he packed his things to leave. It was Monday, and it was already past 7 o'clock.
Luna, are you still here? Didn't you go back to bed?
As they passed the door, Ivan was surprised to find Luna sitting in the chair next to the study table, reading a few pages of the alchemy manuscript. She had obviously been up all night, just like Ivan.
There are no harassment vipers here, so I'm not sleepy at all.
The little witch shook her head and said lightly. Then, she looked at the empty field behind Ivan and asked curiously,
Were you drawing a magic array just now? That was beautiful.
Yvonne said, looking back at the memory of the events that had led to the formation. There was more magic stored at Hogwarts than he had expected, and if his control of it had been any weaker, it would have been torn to shreds.
Well, at least it worked.
Yvonne laughed again.
Congratulations.
Luna congratulated Ivan happily. Then, as if remembering something, she picked up a stack of alchemy manuscripts and handed them to Ivan. Most of Madame Ravenclaw's manuscripts are so damaged that the writing is blurred and illegible, and that's all that's left.
Thank you, Luna.
Ivan said gratefully, taking the alchemy manuscripts from her.
Friends should help each other, shouldn't they? You helped me find the crumple-horned snorkack, and I haven't thanked you for it yet.
Luna muttered to herself in distress.
Don't worry, crumple-horned snorkacks are very hardy. They won't die if they don't eat or drink for a day or two.
Ivan waved his hand and assured her. He had done experiments on it.
Dad wrote that he moved to Knockoff Alley over a month ago and made a lot of new friends there. He told me that everyone there was very nice, and he was willing to rent him a room for half the price.
Luna rattled off the letters Xenophilius had written to her over the past 2 months. Ivan was somewhat relieved to hear that Xenophilius was safe.
Are you worried about my dad's safety? Because of you-know-who?
Luna suddenly asked Ivan.
Yes, your father's comments on the Quibbler might have angered Lord Voldemort. Of course, I was partly to blame.
Ivan said apologetically. A look of surprise crossed Luna's face.
Do you remember the riot in Knockoff Alley more than 4 months ago?
Ivan asked. Luna said matter-of-factly.
No, it has nothing to do with Headmaster Dumbledore.
Yvonne wanted to complain, but decided against it. It occurred to him that if Dumbledore hadn't misjudged Voldemort's recovery time, he wouldn't have been forced to go head-to-head with the infamous Dark Lord and waste his valuable points. Ivan was frustrated by this, but he gave her a brief account of what had happened.
Anyway, I defeated Lord Voldemort and embarrassed him in public, and now he hates me.
Chapter 786, Trelawney's Expulsion.
You defeated you-know-who.
Luna asked in surprise, stopping in her tracks.
Yes.
Ivan nodded, then asked teasingly.
Why, don't you believe me?
No, I'm sure you can do it.
Luna shook her head, her beautiful pale blue eyes fixed on Ivan as she spoke dreamily.
That would be something. Papa says you-know-who is perhaps the most feared wizard in British history, and only the most valiant and fearless can best him.
Ivan rubbed his nose. He didn't think he was worthy of the term.
Brave and fearless. Don't flatter me, Luna. I only injured him the other day, not killed Voldemort, so I suspect he will try to harm my family or close friends in revenge or threaten me.
Ivan explained.
Is that so? I'll be careful.
Luna nodded seriously.
It's not enough to be careful.
Ivan began again, his voice thick with emotion.
I learned earlier about the magic of marks, which binds two wizards together. They can communicate with each other anywhere, no matter how far away they are. Other than that, they can also sense each other's location and disapparate.
Ivan talked about the various effects of the magical mark, and after some hesitation, he told Luna about the flaws of the mark and told her that he could control those who had been marked. After all, Luna was one of his few close friends, and Ivan did not want to lie to her, so he gave her the right to choose, if only for her own safety. However, after explaining the effects of the magical mark, Ivan felt a little nervous. The most famous magical mark in the wizarding world today was the famous dark mark. The two effects were so similar that it was hard to guarantee that Luna would not associate them.
That means if you-know-who comes looking for me, you'll help me get rid of him, right?
That's right, you-know-who or not, you can activate that mark if you're in danger. I'll be right in front of you.
Ivan promised.
What are you waiting for?
Luna asked, happily rolling up her right sleeve and holding out her fair wrist to Ivan. The imprinting process was extremely smooth, and a beautiful diamond-shaped pattern quickly appeared on the girl's fair wrist. Touching the tattoo-like magical mark, Luna looked as if she had found an interesting toy. Curious, she injected her magic into the mark and tried to converse with Ivan in her mind. On the way to the Great Hall, the two conversed in silence. This feeling of having a mind-to-mind conversation was very new to Ivan. It was only when class was about to start that the little witch seemed to get tired of it and broke off the mental communication. Due to the OWL exams that fifth-year students had to take, the weekly curriculum was very demanding. Despite Ivan's lack of interest in exams, he tried to keep his classes full in order to get as many GPA as possible. The rest of the day passed without incident. The only thing that surprised Ivan was that Umbridge was able to get out of the hospital early, and despite the redness and swelling on her cheeks from the fall, she was extremely dedicated to her work. Of course, from Ivan's point of view, Umbridge probably did not want to give up her position as High Inquisitor, as she was certain that the Ministry would send someone else to replace her. Umbridge was clearly furious at her last inexplicable fall down the stairs. Add to that the rumors that Trelawney had jinxed her, and Umbridge promptly ended her review of the professors, issued a questionnaire to all the students, and declared that the Ministry of Magic would expel the worst of the teachers. However, Professor Trelawney herself was not at all self-conscious, and perhaps did not think she would be the worst of the lot. Unfortunately, the results of the questionnaire came out the next day, and Trelawney was honored by the vast majority of her students to be voted the worst of all teachers. Umbridge was so pleased with the result that she burst into the divination classroom that day and, in front of everyone, enthusiastically informed Trelawney that she could pack up and go.
No, that's impossible.
Professor Trelawney screamed with excitement the moment he received the notice, his eyes bulging and his whole body shaking with sobs.
Apparently, you didn't divine that you were going to be fired, did you? Which suggests that your divination skills are not all that useful.
Umbridge sneered, pleased at Trelawney's reaction, and continued in a high-pitched voice.
Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that you have no skill at all, but have somehow managed to fool the headmaster into becoming a professor at Hogwarts.
How dare you speak like that and slander my inner eye?
Trelawney glared angrily at Umbridge, who would have been torn to pieces if looks could kill. Umbridge, however, did not care and forced Trelawney out. Ivan, sitting in the corner of the classroom, was surprised to see Trelawney being led away. He had guessed that his teasing of Umbridge would involve Trelawney, but he did not expect Umbridge to act so quickly, bypassing the Ministry's complicated procedures in one day and allowing Fudge to authorize her expulsion from Hogwarts.
Come on, let's go take a look.
Chapter 787, Educational Decree Number. Ivan pushed through the crowd and soon found Professor Trelawney standing in the middle of the foyer. She was holding a wand in one hand and some divination tools in the other. Her eyes were filled with tears, her hair was messy, and her glasses were crooked. She looked extremely pathetic. Umbridge, standing in the entrance hall, threw 2 battered suitcases at Trelawney.
You.
Professor Trelawney screamed at Umbridge, tears welling up behind her spectacles.
You can't sack me. I've been here for 16 years. Hogwarts is my.
Umbridge said haughtily, her toad-like face breaking into a wide smile as she watched Trelawney collapse onto a suitcase and cry.
Get out of here, you'll only embarrass us if you stay, Trelawney. The Ministry has signed the order to sack you. Now, please leave this castle.
Seeing Trelawney's reluctance to leave, Umbridge reached impatiently for Trelawney's sleeve, intending to pull her out of the hall. There was sympathy on the faces of the observing wizards. The professors looked at Umbridge with increasing hostility.
Wait!
Trelawney stopped in her tracks as Umbridge turned around to see who had disturbed her interest, and a stern-faced Professor McGonagall pushed her way through the crowd. She went straight to Professor Trelawney, patted her gently on the back, pulled a handkerchief out of her robe, and sighed.
All right, Sybil.
Umbridge sneered.
I need to remind you.
Professor McGonagall raised her eyebrows and said,
Yes, by the book, Trelawney is no longer a professor.
Umbridge began at the top of her voice, but was interrupted by McGonagall.
You have the Ministry's authority to fire the professor, yes, but you have no right to banish her from this castle, do you?
Professor McGonagall looked back at Trelawney, who was still sobbing, and said firmly,
Trelawney may no longer be a professor, but she can still be a guest of the headmaster and has the right to remain in this castle.
Umbridge's face fell and she hissed.
This is Dumbledore's idea. Why didn't he come out to see me himself?
Professor McGonagall stepped in front of Trelawney and replied forcefully.
In the absence of Headmaster Dumbledore, I am acting headmaster, in full charge of Hogwarts' internal affairs. Acting headmistress. I'm afraid that's not approved by the Ministry of Magic, is it?
Umbridge looked at him darkly.
According to the regulations, the acting headmaster only needs to be approved by the headmaster himself.
Professor McGonagall retorted.
Good, very good. Just you wait, the Ministry won't let you get away with this.
Umbridge said through gritted teeth, and then, as if she had just remembered something, she continued happily.
And then there is Headmaster Dumbledore. I have tried to reach him many times, but he has never been in this school, which is a grave dereliction of duty, and I believe the motion to impeach him is on Minister Fudge's desk.
Professor McGonagall did not take Umbridge's threats to heart and responded mildly.
That is for later. At least for now you have no right to banish Trelawney.
Umbridge gave McGonagall an angry look and stormed off. A round of applause broke out in the Great Hall, and the assembled wizards looked at Professor McGonagall with admiration and admiration. These days, Umbridge's behavior at school caused a lot of trouble and anger, and everyone was naturally happy to see her suffer. Ivan was also applauding, as Umbridge was more capable than he had expected, having caused the Ministry to lose its morale in just 2 months. Even the lecturers were fed up with Umbridge, so some of his plans could now be put into action. However, before that, he had to go to the headmaster's office to check on some things. Neither Umbridge nor the Ministry of Magic ever caught Ivan's eye, and it was easy enough to toy with Fudge, as he was only concerned about Dumbledore and Voldemort's movements.
Professor McGonagall was so handsome, someone should have sorted Umbridge out long ago.
Ron exclaimed, thinking back to Umbridge's angry and resigned expression. Harry nodded in agreement, as Professor McGonagall had avenged them. Hermione was less optimistic than the other two, thinking about what Umbridge had said before she left about the Ministry's intention to impeach Dumbledore and remove him from Hogwarts. If the Ministry of Magic did this, they would face the worst possible outcome. With this thought in mind, Hermione became worried and immediately tried to discuss a solution with Ivan, but when she turned around, Ivan had already disappeared.
Sizzle bee honey tilde. A cockroach pile. Crying, scum twisting.
Pumpkin juice.
The statue began to shake and slowly rise up, opening up an entrance. The headmaster's office was empty, even Fox was nowhere to be seen. He could just make out the papers and envelopes strewn across the desk. After a casual glance around the headmaster's office, Ivan's gaze lingered on two of the items for a moment before turning to the portraits of the headmaster that were hung on the walls.
Good afternoon, headmasters. Do you know where the current headmaster, Dumbledore, has been lately? I have something important to discuss with him.
Ivan's voice echoed in the sealed headmaster's office, and dozens of headmasters on the walls turned to look at him. They stared at him curiously but said nothing, except for the portrait lady who was watching him kindly.
We don't know where Headmaster Dumbledore went. He did come back a few times this term, but he always left soon after.
Chapter 788, The Second Package. The quiet headmaster's office suddenly became noisy, and many portraits of the headmaster discussed the current headmaster's long absences from school.
How many times have you been back?
Ivan muttered, rubbing his chin. These days, he often stares at the Marauder's map without seeing Dumbledore's name. Probably just happened to miss it.
Did Professor Dumbledore make any arrangements before he left?
The portraits shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance. Ivan, however, refused to give up, his eyes fixed on the painting hanging on the right-hand wall, in which Dumbledore was leisurely sipping a cup of tea and not participating in the discussion. Perhaps noticing Ivan's gaze on him, the portrait of Dumbledore slowly put down his teacup and waved his hand at Ivan, indicating that he was just a portrait and did not know anything.
When Professor Dumbledore returns, please inform him that I will be borrowing the pensive for a few days. Oh yes, I almost forgot the diadem. Ravenclaw's daughter asked for it, so I'll borrow it first.
Ivan slapped his head, suddenly remembering his promise to Helena, and lifted his hand to remove the Ravenclaw crown from the branch. The portraits of the headmasters on the walls were furious, unhappy with Ivan's actions of taking the two items without permission, and even Dumbledore's face in the portrait looked helpless.
Where exactly did Professor Dumbledore go?
On the way back to the drawing room, Ivan ruminated on this question, unable to confirm whether Dumbledore was still alive, as it had been over a month since the portraits last saw him. In any case, without Dumbledore's interference, the plan would have had less to worry about. As he pondered this, Ivan pushed open the door and entered the room, where he was greeted with the sight of Harry, Ron, and the others gathered around a table by the window, staring at an open black package.
Another package? Is it the same as last time?
Yvonne asked, hurrying forward.
Yes, it's from the same owl.
Ron replied with a nod. Looking at the sweets and small objects in the package, Ivan frowned and said with some dissatisfaction,
I should have warned you before that you must be careful with these 3 non-existent packages and not open them carelessly.
But,
Harry said hesitantly, handing Ivan a slip of paper.
It says here that Umbridge knows about the defense against the dark arts and wants us to be careful.
Yvonne looked at the note in surprise. As Harry had said, they were to beware of Umbridge, but unlike the last time, it was addressed to her. While Ivan was deep in thought, Harry, Ron, and Seamus huddled together, trying to guess who had leaked the information. Umbridge would not have let them off the hook so easily if she had known that they organized private magical practices.
It must have been Pansy and the Slytherins. Hermione never invited them that day.
Ron said confidently. Harry and Seamus agreed that it was possible. However, to their surprise, Ivan shook his head and denied their suspicions.
No, I don't think Pansy had anything to do with it.
Ivan knew very well that Pansy Parkinson did not have the guts to betray him, so the information must not have come from her. It was hard to say who it was. After all, there were too many people at that meeting, and there were no mandatory magical contracts or anything like that, so it was possible to accidentally spill the beans while chatting. The truth is, Ivan didn't care about the leak either.
Did you track the owl Majka?
Ivan asked expectantly, reaching out to scratch her neck. The last time he was mysteriously sent a package, he instructed the Maka to wander around in her spare time and try to follow any owls that came in with strange packages. Ivan, who was already at the height of his eagle speak, soon got the message.
Is that right? The owl was in the school's owl shed, and you saw a student there wearing Slytherin robes. Well.
Chapter 789, You Brutally Broke It. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which no third package arrived. Ivan, however, had his suspicions about who had sent the package, although he had not yet figured out their motives. After a quick meal in the Great Hall on Thursday afternoon, Ivan turned his attention to the Slytherin table, wondering if he should find a chance to stop and question the man. Just as he was thinking this, Harry and Ron, who had returned to the dormitory earlier, rushed over and pulled Ivan away.
This is bad, Ivan. You should go check it out.
Ivan couldn't help but be curious when he saw their shocked expressions, and immediately followed them. When she arrived at the break room, she found the young Gryffindor wizards gathered around the notice board, where a new notice had been placed. Warrant of the Hogwarts High Inquisitor. All student organizations, associations, teams, or clubs are dissolved.
What do we do now, Ivan? Stop the rally for a while. No, it's business as usual.
Ivan replied casually, shaking his head. Harry and Ron looked at each other in confusion, unsure of Ivan's intentions, as Umbridge's announcement was clearly aimed at them, and the best thing to do now would be to cancel the mass gathering and wait it out. After all, Educational Decree Number 24 made it clear that they would be expelled if Umbridge caught them.
Don't worry too much. If anything happens, I'll take care of it.
This is bad, Ivan. You should go check it out. Ivan couldn't help but be curious when he saw their shocked expressions, and immediately followed them. When she arrived at the break room, she found the young Gryffindor wizards gathered around the notice board, where a new notice had been placed. Warrant of the Hogwarts High Inquisitor. All student organizations, associations, teams, or clubs are dissolved.
Strange, if the diadem was so magical, why would Lord Voldemort be willing to make it into a Horcrux?
Ivan gently touched the carvings on the diadem, somewhat puzzled. He had previously dismissed the rumors of the diadem's wisdom as mere fables. For example, Rowena Ravenclaw counted on people to discover that it was not the diadem itself that gave wisdom. However, after sorting through Ravenclaw's manuscripts for the past 2 days, Ivan was able to dispel this suspicion, and the system's instructions were another form of testimony. In any case, he had no intention of returning the diadem to Helena until he had repaired it and figured out its power.
Dobby!
After seeing who it was, Ivan put his wand away and asked curiously,
Did my mother send you? How's Knockturn Alley? Is everything okay there?
It's very bad, sir. Recently, the Ministry of Magic has suddenly stepped up their search of Knockturn Alley, and Mrs. Hales suspects that you-know-who is infiltrating the Ministry of Magic.
Dobby's ears were down, and his voice was high-pitched as he talked about the trouble he had been in at Knockturn Alley for the past 2 months. Ivan frowned at Dobby's words. After the capture of the wizarding market last year, a large amount of captured money was put back into operation. Now, more than a year later, when the wizarding market was finally looking good enough to make money, it was forced to close due to Ministry of Magic scrutiny. How could Ivan not feel bad? Of course, the most important task at hand was to deal with the lack of funds, whether it was to support law enforcement or to woo ministry officials. Thank God for the Philosopher's Stone, thought Ivan, his frown fading as he looked at Dobby.
Don't worry about the funds. When you get back, ask your mother to give you a number. I'll give you an equivalent amount of gold and magical metals.
Chapter 790, Conversation with Umbridge. Ivan instructed as he took a quill and parchment and briefly wrote down how he had created the Philosopher's Stone by learning from Nicholas Flamel. At the end of the letter, Ivan hesitated for a moment, but did not go out of his way to ask Isaiah to hide the existence of the Philosopher's Stone. After all, owning a Philosopher's Stone was not something to be ashamed of. With his strength, no one would dare to snatch it from him. Instead, he could use the immortality potion to lure some people to join him.
When you return, deliver this letter to my mother.
Ivan folded the parchment and handed it to Dobby, then rubbed his chin and murmured to himself.
As for Voldemort's infiltration of the Ministry,
Ivan closed his eyes and thought for a while, constantly using occlumency to search his memory. After about 3 minutes, he opened his eyes and spoke.
have them check out the Ministry of Magic officials, Yaxley and August. They may find something, but instruct them not to alert the Ministry before the official operation begins.
Both Ministry officials defected to Lord Voldemort and became Death Eaters, passing on crucial information to him. Yaxley, in particular, later used the Imperious Curse to control the chief executive, using it as a springboard for Lord Voldemort to gain control of the Ministry. Although the current situation was very different from the original time and space, and Yaxley and August might not be willing to side with the Dark Lord again, there was no harm in checking.
Dobby will tell Mrs. Harles everything.
Dobby assured her, patting his chest as he took the parchment. He looked at Yvonne with admiration. These days, Ethia was troubled by the Ministry's antics, but Ivan easily came up with a solution.
Did my mother give you any instructions other than those two?
Ivan asked. Dobby shook his head, then nodded, and hesitated for a moment before speaking.
It was Mr. Dugat who wanted me to ask you privately when they would be ready to move. What? You can't wait any longer.
Ivan raised his eyebrows as he replaced the diadem in the drawer. He certainly knew why Doggett and the others were in such a hurry. After all, they were already the #1 force in the wizarding world, and yet they were being suppressed by the Ministry of Magic.
Sorry,
Dobby said, mustering his courage. Ignoring Dobby's adulation, Yvonne smiled and waved him off.
Tell you what, tell Doggett to find the right place, and I'll speak to them myself in a fortnight.
Dobby nodded quickly, snapped his fingers, and disappeared. Yvonne sat alone by the window, trying to sort out her thoughts and put the restoration of Ravenclaw's crown out of her mind. There was a defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon, and Ivan had a feeling Umbridge would try to make things difficult for him, or even lock him up. At the same time, however, he had something to ask Umbridge, and it would be best if she could provide him with a quiet and undisturbed place.
please come to my office after class.
Ivan said calmly as he collected his books. Umbridge was very pleased with Ivan's subservient attitude, although she felt a little uneasy about it. In the past, whenever Umbridge asked someone to come to the office, they would show a little fear, but Ivan's face did not show the slightest change, and he was eerily calm. Umbridge did not think too much of it, simply attributing it to the professor's boldness, contempt for authority, and lack of respect. When Umbridge left the classroom, Hermione, Harry, and the others immediately surrounded her.
Well, Umbridge must have known something to want to talk to you,
Said Hermione worriedly.
Yeah, are you really going to see that old witch tonight? She's not going to let you get away with this, so why don't we go see Professor Dumbledore?
Ron suggested.
There's no need to be so nervous.
Ivan said, standing up.
Perhaps Professor Umbridge just wanted to chat.
Hermione glared angrily at Ivan. This was no time for jokes. Harry and Ron also felt that Yvonne was being a bit inconsiderate, as they had both been held in detention by Umbridge before. Unable to find an explanation, Ivan blathered.
Don't worry, I'm a recipient of the Order of Merlin, first class, and I'm quite famous in the wizarding community, so Umbridge wouldn't dare do anything to me.
At 6:00 p.m., after dinner, Ivan headed to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office under the watchful eyes of Harry and the others. There was a knock on the door and a cloying voice.
Come in.
Ivan pushed the door open and looked around. The office had been decorated by Umbridge to look like a girl's boudoir, with lace tablecloths covering the desks and counters, as well as many pink decorations and brightly colored cat dolls.
Sit.
Umbridge gestured to the table and chairs as Ivan entered. Ivan did not decline and immediately sat down in a chair. Umbridge gently waved her wand and locked the office door, then asked with a smile.
Do you know why I called you here, Mr. Harles?
Do you have any questions about the school rules? Do you need me to answer them, Professor?
Ivan pretended to be confused. Umbridge's smile froze on her face and she narrowed her eyes, speaking harshly.
You know exactly what I'm talking about, Harles.
Technically, it was just a general study interest group, Professor.
Ivan said confidently.
An interest group, but I'm told there are at least 100 people involved in this illegal gathering.
Umbridge enunciated each word clearly as she stared at Ivan.
Under Ministry of Magic rules, student organizations involving more than 3 people, or meetings, must be reported to me, or the student involved will be expelled.
I think you may have a bad memory, Professor.
Ivan interrupted Umbridge.
Education Decree number 24 was issued 3 days ago, and we did not practice magic without it.
Chapter 791. Ivan, that's right, I'm going against the Ministry of Magic.
Of course, you haven't technically broken any school rules. Well,
Umbridge then added.
But only if you disband the so-called study interest group, as requested, and tell me.
no one told me to do it, Professor. If I had to, I made the decision myself.
Ivan said with a shrug.
Lies.
Umbridge snapped, looking straight into Ivan's face as if trying to read his thoughts. She did not believe that a 15-year-old wizard would have the sudden idea of holding a meeting of 100 and making statements against the ministry.
It was Dumbledore, wasn't it? He must have secretly instructed you to do all this, mustn't he?
Umbridge asked eagerly and with a hint of anticipation. Ivan looked at Umbridge with a quizzical expression, then asked with sudden interest.
Well, if I said yes, how would you deal with him?
So you are willing to work with us as a witness, Mr. Harles?
Umbridge was faintly excited, her face lit up with delight.
You haven't answered my question, Professor.
Ivan said noncommittally. Umbridge calmed down a little and began to speak.
If what you say is true, then I'm afraid that Headmaster Dumbledore is trying to force the students of Hogwarts to undergo militarized training, to form a scouting team, to fight the Minister for Magic.
This is a felony under Ministry of Magic regulations. Not surprisingly, he will be stripped of his position as headmaster and will spend the rest of his life in Azkaban.
Umbridge looked at Ivan as she spoke, her threat clear. Undeterred by Umbridge's look, Yvonne asked.
No surprise, but what if something goes wrong?
For example, if Dumbledore were determined to take up magic against the Ministry of Magic.
Ivan added. He had always wondered where Fudge got the courage to bring his men to capture Dumbledore.
There are over 100 Aurors at the Ministry.
Umbridge continued imperiously, glaring at Ivan.
Dumbledore could not possibly, dare not, oppose us, and would have to abide by Ministry regulations and be punished unless.
Ivan nodded, understanding now that bureaucracy was at work. These people were used to relying on order and regulations to suppress others, so they subconsciously felt that they could not resist the will of the group. This, combined with Dumbledore's gentle, well-behaved demeanor, which allowed him to tolerate the Daily Prophet's accusations that he was an old man, a fool, and thus gave Fudge and Umbridge the impression that they could arrest Dumbledore if they caught him red-handed.
I hope you're thinking about Hales.
Umbridge said, her face darkening at Ivan's question.
Your mother, Alicia, has not been behaving herself lately, and the Ministry is well aware that she is up to no good in Knockturn Alley.
Of course you haven't technically broken any school rules. Well.
Doesn't matter.
Yvonne almost laughed, then sighed with what might have been pleasure.
I see the Ministry doesn't have any way of dealing with a wizard who goes above and beyond the rules.
Umbridge asked, standing up with her wand in her right hand.
No, you're mistaken about something in the first place.
Ivan shook his head, pointing to himself and looking at Umbridge with conviction.
I'm the one who got the students to rally and prepare to fight the Ministry.
Umbridge's face was full of astonishment, as if she had suddenly understood something and was still confused, but she managed to pull her wand out. Ivan, however, was one step ahead of her. He did not need a wand, nor did he need to cast an incantation. He merely extended a finger, and the alchemical device on his wrist lit up slightly. A red light flashed in midair, and Umbridge did not have time to cast a protective spell, as she felt her wand being knocked out of her hand. In a split second, Umbridge was unable to fight back. Looking at the young wizard in front of her, who was barely 15 years old, Umbridge felt a great sense of dread, as she remembered that he had fought a dragon head-on last year, and that he was not someone she could deal with. Even so, Umbridge showed no sign of backing down, and instead snapped.
I am the senior inquisitor appointed by Minister Fudge himself, and you dare lay a hand on me.
Ivan did not reply, but lazily waved the wand he had just snatched.
Imperio, soul out of body.
The moment the incantation was uttered, Umbridge screamed in terror. The next moment, however, Umbridge's frightened and angry expression faded and her mind became empty, her body became light, and a voice in her head seemed to be telling her that this young wizard was the one she trusted and respected the most.
Zid!
Ivan said, placing his wand on the table and pointing to a table. Umbridge quickly moved and resumed her seat, as Ivan had instructed. For a moment, it seemed as if everything had returned to how it had been in the beginning, but this time the priorities were completely reversed. Yvonne did not rush to question him. Instead, she looked at the table in front of her, where a roll of parchment and a thin, long, black quill with a particularly sharp nib lay.
Is this supposed to be used against me?
Yvonne asked curiously.
That's right, Mr. Harles.
Umbridge nodded, explaining in the gentlest of tones.
This quill has been jinxed to imprint the written statement on the writer's wrist. My original intention was for you to keep copying the words, obey the rules, until you remember them.
Well, I see.
Ivan suddenly realized and reached out to turn the pen and paper around, placing them in front of Umbridge.
Then what are you waiting for? Get on with it. And who did you hear about the defense against the Dark Arts Society from?
Chapter 792, Measures Against the Ministry. When questioned by Ivan, Umbridge was quick to explain. 3 days ago, as she passed through the entrance hall, she overheard several students talking about the gathering and stopped them out of curiosity.
At first, these nasty little devils didn't want to tell the truth, but after I threatened to tell their parents about it and fired them, they told me about the meeting.
Umbridge was quite pleased with herself as she continued to scribble on the parchment with her black quill. Every time Umbridge slid her pen across the paper, the back of her hand would split open and an identical scratch would appear on the back of her hand, which, after covering half of the paper, would be joined together with the words, "Obey school rules." However, this minor injury did not interfere with Umbridge's desire to speak, or rather the pricking sensation made her even more excited. Ivan nodded as Umbridge explained the situation to him, and it seemed that things were going better than he had expected, as Umbridge had not been the one to contact him to report the incident, but had been overheard. Ivan didn't hold it against the children who had revealed information about the rally. They were underage wizards, after all, and were easily frightened. Ordinary students were terrified of dropping out of school and calling their parents.
After learning of the existence of an illegal student body at Hogwarts, I reported the incident to the Ministry of Magic, and Minister Fudge, believing that Dumbledore must have been behind it, held a last-minute meeting to pass Educational Decree Number 24, and told me to get to the bottom of the matter.
Does that mean the ministry already knows?
Ivan murmured, rubbing his chin. After discovering that there were over 100 members of the so-called interest group, he guessed that there was no way to keep this a secret. However, Ivan did not expect to be exposed so soon, as he thought Umbridge would not be so quick to inform Fudge. Fortunately, Dumbledore took the blame for him.
Well, tell you what, Umbridge.
But he's very careful, and you won't get anything on him for a while, so you'll need some time to gather evidence, remember.
Ivan instructed Umbridge sternly. Ivan had no intention of going head-to-head with the ministry until the planned preparations were complete, and avoiding trouble for a while was the right move. Of course, this would not take long. According to the latest intelligence he had received, Voldemort could not wait any longer. Within a month, there would be the perfect time to strike against the ministry.
If Minister for Magic Fudge is killed, who will take over?
Ivan asked suddenly. Umbridge was too stunned to take Ivan's advice, but under the influence of the imperious curse, she was able to think of a reply.
There's a good chance it will be the Auror Office Director, Rufus Scrimgeour, who is currently the most sought-after candidate for the next minister. Of course, there's also a chance for the head of the executive branch, Pierce Thickness.
Rufus and Pierce.
Ivan asked, rubbing his chin as he tried to recall information about the pair. None of them seemed to be easy to deal with. The original dimension was full of resistance factions, and none of them had surrendered to Lord Voldemort, so they were unlikely to side with him. Neither of them ended up well. Rufus was tortured to death, and Pierce was taken over by the imperious curse. While he could learn Voldemort's use of the imperious curse to forcibly control a minister for magic, it would not be a long-term solution.
To be Minister for Magic, there is.
As she was now the senior undersecretary to the Ministry of Magic, she was qualified to serve as Minister for Magic, although she was not a popular candidate, as she did not have the support of many. It was for this reason that she was willing to serve as Fudge's pawn in the battle against Dumbledore, in the hope that she would gain Minister Fudge's full support after Dumbledore's downfall and become the most powerful candidate to succeed him.
You.
Said Ivan, glancing at Umbridge and thinking she was imagining things. Although Umbridge was, in a sense, perfectly suited to the job, had the potential to become Minister for Magic, and was a good enough lackey to listen to, Yvonne did not have a good opinion of her, and it was distasteful to choose her as minister. After Ivan's clear refusal, Umbridge was somewhat disappointed. Ivan, however, could not be bothered with her change of mood, and proceeded to inquire about ministry intelligence. Under the influence of the imperious curse, Umbridge revealed everything she knew, and as the senior undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic, she was privy to the vast majority of its secrets.
You mean there are anti-apparition, alchemy arrays at the Ministry of Magic?
Ivan asked curiously, after Umbridge had told him about them.
Yes, Mr. Harles, but only in an emergency.
Umbridge replied deferentially.
For example, during the last Wizarding War, the Ministry of Magic activated an anti-phantom apparition alchemy array, sealed all the fireplaces, and combined this with the Ministry's internal protective array to create a formidable fortress.
No wonder Lord Voldemort was reluctant to attack the Ministry.
Ivan said, understanding in his eyes.
It was an attempt at war, and he suffered a loss and was unable to get inside.
Chapter 793. Why does this handwriting look familiar?
Who was in charge of the protective circle and sealing the fireplace?
Ivan asked.
It's the Department of Mysteries and the Department of Magical Transportation.
Umbridge replied without hesitation.
Very well,
Said Ivan, turning over in his mind the intelligence reports on the two departments, before suddenly placing his wand on Umbridge's forehead.
I forgot everything.
A blinding white light flashed before Umbridge's eyes. Umbridge felt dizzy, as if she had forgotten something, and sat in a daze. About 3 seconds later, Ivan slowly lowered his wand and slipped it back into Umbridge's belt. Then, with a thought, took Umbridge's black quill from her hand and used healing magic on it. When she was done, Ivan snapped his fingers and Umbridge snapped out of her trance. What's wrong with me? Umbridge shook her head dizzily as memories came flooding back. It was only then that she remembered she was trying to punish Ivan Harris by forcing him to testify against Dumbledore. However, the brat in front of him was very stubborn. Even after more than 2 hours of needle-like pain, he refused to give in. He forcefully filled the entire parchment and stared blankly at it, almost falling asleep. Understanding this, Umbridge looked down at the page on her desk, which she thought had just been handed to her by Ivan Howells. However, why did this handwriting look familiar? Umbridge frowned, but a voice in her head kept telling her that this was Ivan Howells' handwriting, and that she was imagining things.
That's enough for today, Harles. Go back and think about my offer, and come to my office once a night for the next week until you have the school rules in your head, understand?
Every night, you're probably mistaken, aren't you? Professor Umbridge, I think once a week is enough.
Ivan shook his head, not wanting to waste so much time chatting with Umbridge. Umbridge's face darkened at Ivan's defiance, but she quickly regained her composure, as she suddenly felt that his words were not unreasonable. She had seen Ivan's stubbornness before, and she was afraid that writing alone would not make him give in. So she had better spend some time convincing the Ministry of Magic to allow her to use criminal laws that had been abolished in the last century, such as,
Ivan, are you all right? Did Umbridge punish you?
as soon as they stepped through the door of the common room, the young Gryffindor wizards surrounded them and bombarded them with questions. Hermione immediately grabbed Ivan's right hand to examine it and was relieved to find no scars on the back.
I told you, Hermione, Umbridge only wanted to have a chat with me. She couldn't do anything to me,
Said Ivan, holding the witch's arm and smiling.
Will the rally continue this week?
A voice asked from the crowd. The noisy lounge suddenly became very quiet, and everyone looked uneasily at Ivan. According to the latest Ministry of Magic regulations, one would be expelled if caught participating in a large-scale rally.
Of course it's.
Said Ivan, looking around the room.
Miss Edgecombe, the shield charm is a very practical spell, capable of warding off or even repelling enemy charms. You will need to gently wave your wand and do as I say, then recite the incantation Pratigos, armor protection.
In the room of requirement on Saturday evening, Ivan slowly waved his wand to demonstrate, and an invisible magical barrier suddenly appeared around him.
Is it like this, Pratigos, armor protecting?
Chapter 794, perhaps.
Don't be discouraged, Miss Edgecombe. The shield charm is quite difficult to learn and many aurors fail to master it. However, I think you have a talent for it.
Ivan said soothingly.
Really?
Marietta felt her spirits lift, as if she had been inspired.
Of course, so there's no need to rush. You've been practicing for over an hour. Why don't you take a break?
Ivan replied with a smile. Marietta immediately nodded and readily agreed, looking at Ivan with admiration. Even during break time, Marietta had no intention of relaxing. After putting down her wand, she leaned over to Ivan and started talking.
Hales, I saw the memories in the pensive yesterday.
At the end of her speech, Marietta's cheeks were red, her speech was slurred, and she looked very excited. Having expressed her admiration for him, Marietta begged Ivan to tell her about the epic battle of the previous year. Although she had seen the general battle through the pensive, she was still very curious as to what had happened. Ivan, being pestered by Marietta, felt somewhat helpless. Ivan, however, did not refuse Marietta's request outright and skillfully explained how he had broken through the odds, saved Harry from Lord Voldemort, and fought him. In fact, Ivan had repeated this experience countless times, and there was nothing he could do about it. Recently, more and more students had come to admire him, and wherever he went, he would be chased and questioned. This was so far beyond Ivan's expectations that he regretted taking the pensive out of the headmaster's office. At first, he merely wanted to use the fragments of memory in his head to break the ministry's fabrication, but he did not expect such a side effect. Indeed, it is not always good to be too good. Perhaps this is the trouble with the strong.
So many people admire me already. Unfortunately, there are no more legendary points.
Ivan muttered to himself as he closed the system column. In addition to undermining the reputation of the Ministry of Magic, another important reason why he was so keen to set up the defense against the Dark Arts Society these days was to see if he could rely on this long-overdue task to gain more points. It seemed highly unlikely, and the attempt had failed.
Let go.
As Ivan pondered this, there was a commotion at the entrance to the room of requirement, and he turned to see George and Fred approaching, carrying Malfoy.
George, Fred, I thought you had the day off. What are you doing here?
Yvonne looked at them in surprise, then turned her attention to Draco Malfoy, who was still struggling.
And why did you bring Malfoy here?
George smirked, his arm tightening around Malfoy as he explained.
Fred and I were passing through on the 8th floor when we saw this fellow creeping around. He must have wanted to find out where we were meeting and tell Umbridge.
Fred added.
But if you brought him in, wouldn't that expose the room of requirement?
Yvonne asked, looking at them in exasperation.
Don't worry.
Fred said, waving his hand dismissively.
We can erase his memory with a little charm. But we've never been very good at the memory charm. We might have beaten him into a fool.
George said regretfully, but he looked eager.
No, you can't do this to me. I wasn't sent by Umbridge.
Malfoy was so frightened by what they were saying that he began to scream and struggle even more violently. The young wizards training nearby heard the commotion and gathered around. Seeing that the drama was escalating, Ivan intervened.
All right, George, let him go. Malfoy wasn't lying. He was probably just looking for me.
George and Fred looked at each other, and although they were suspicious of Ivan's claims, they obeyed and let go of Malfoy. Malfoy scrambled to his feet, straightening his torn robes and glaring angrily at them. The Weasleys ignored Malfoy's angry glare, gesturing with their wands as if expecting him to resist.
Did you send me those 2 packages, Malfoy?
Ivan asked suddenly. Ivan's words drew Malfoy's attention away from George and the others, and he looked at Ivan, who nodded, then said hesitantly.
You!
They're both written in your handwriting.
Chapter 795. You should be glad you didn't have the talent to be a villain. Malfoy was silent for a moment, then looked around and stammered.
There's something I want to talk to you about in private.
Ivan waved the young wizards back to their spell practice and left the room of requirement alone with Malfoy. As they walked along the empty corridors of the castle, Malfoy saw that no one was around, so he said hesitantly.
The Dark Lord is trying to kill you.
Yes, I know.
Yvonne raised her eyebrows, unsurprised. He had previously used legilimency to read Malfoy's memory, so Ivan quickly stopped and turned to Malfoy.
You were the one Voldemort chose to attack, weren't you, Malfoy?
Draco Malfoy's pupils contracted and he stared at Ivan in shock, unable to comprehend how Ivan knew. He had not acted on the Dark Lord's instructions, so there was no possibility of him revealing himself. Could there be a mole among the Death Eaters? Malfoy became flustered, and to avoid misunderstanding, he quickly explained.
The Dark Lord told me to find a way to assassinate you, but I didn't, and Snape.
Malfoy blurted out everything he could and should not have said, but Ivan's face remained the same, as if he had known all along.
Relax, I didn't mean to doubt you.
Ivan continued, soothing Malfoy's agitation.
But did you come to me tonight, just to give me the news?
Malfoy hesitated for a moment before speaking.
It was my father who wanted to see you.
Malfoy looked uncomfortable at this. In fact, Lucius had instructed Malfoy to please Ivan Harris at all costs. However, Malfoy could not bring himself to go against his
enemy,
who had been at war with him for over 4 years, so he resorted to sending gifts and intelligence.
Oh, Lucius wants to see me.
Ivan was finally surprised and tried to probe Malfoy's mind, only to find that Malfoy did not know why Lucius wanted to see him either. However, it was easy to guess what this traitor was thinking. He must have thought that Voldemort had lost and was hiding in the safe house like a stray dog. It seemed that he was going to die sooner or later, so he decisively chose to rebel.
So you betrayed Voldemort on Lucius's orders. What about yourself? As I recall, you would have loved to have been a glorious Death Eater.
Ivan's tone was slightly sarcastic, and Malfoy's face turned red.
I thought.
Ivan finished the sentence for Malfoy coldly, then continued with a sneer.
But apparently you were wrong, and you found out that Death Eaters are a bunch of madmen, that Voldemort is cruel to muggles and worse to his own people, and that in his eyes you are nothing more than the humblest of servants and lackeys.
There's something I want to talk to you about in private.
So you have too much on your mind, and not the talent to be a villain, Malfoy.
Ivan said with a mixture of sarcasm and emotion. Draco Malfoy was silent and downcast. His perception of Lucius's subservience to Lord Voldemort nearly shattered, and he understood that pureblood glory was nothing. Noticing Draco Malfoy's frustration, Ivan shook his head and gave up on trying to hit him.
Didn't you say your father wanted to see me? Malfoy, I'll give him a chance to inform Lucius to come to Hogwarts tomorrow night.
Out of date.
I got your letter, Draco. You did well this time. Now take me to Ivan Hal's.
Draco nodded and hurried Lucius to the first-floor drawing room. On the way, Lucius asked questions about everything that had happened at Hogwarts since the beginning of the school year, especially everything to do with Ivan. These were desperate times, and in case the envelopes were intercepted, they did not dare to say too much in their letters, so Lucius only had a general idea. All he knew was that Draco had managed to fool Snape by sending him a parcel in which he had hidden some notes containing information, thus gaining his trust. Lucius, however, was not happy with the way that Dracola had managed to win over Ivan Howells. How petty of him! From beginning to end, it had only cost him a few dozen galleons, much to his disappointment.
If you don't know what Howells likes, you can start with his friends and give them presents.
Lucius suggested. Draco did not reply with a scowl.
Friend, which friend?
Chapter 796, Lucius in a Dilemma. After a few words of advice from Draco, Lucius fell silent, looking ill at ease. After that day's meeting at the Riddle House, he realized that his repeated defeats had made Voldemort want to kill him. The only reason why they were not executed on the spot was because the Dark Lord had just suffered a crushing defeat at Knockoff Alley, and the Death Eaters were unstable and should not be disturbed. Even so, Lord Voldemort had no intention of letting him off the hook. Having Draco carry out the assassination plan was his revenge. Lucius did not need to think to know that it was an impossible task. How could his son Draco deal with an enemy that even the Dark Lord could not handle? Lord Voldemort was simply trying to make him suffer a painful loss as a punishment, as well as to cause trouble for Ivan Howells. Understanding this, Lucius disregarded his dignity and came to Hogwarts in the middle of the night to plead with Draco to spare his life.
This is it,
said Draco, leading Lucius to the front door. The room was very dim, with only the light coming from the fireplace in the distance. A figure could be seen sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace. Lucius took a deep breath, adjusted his robes, and hurried forward. Hearing a noise at the door, Ivan slowly put down the book of hieroglyphs and turned to Lucius as he entered.
It's been a while, Mr. Malfoy. Draco said you wanted to see me.
Lucius was momentarily dazed as he looked at the wizard, who was no more than 15 or 16 years old. The last time he met Ivan Howells, he was just a talented young man, but in just 2 years he had grown to the point where even he had to look up to him.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, sir.
Well, report to me.
Yvonne's smile widened, and she snapped her fingers to light the candles.
Mr. Malfoy, did I mishear you, or did you make a mistake? As a Death Eater, you should report to the Dark Lord about your duties.
Actually, I don't work for the Dark Lord.
Lucius Malfoy hastily explained. This is it, said Draco, leading Lucius to the front door. The room was very dim, with only the light coming from the fireplace in the distance. A figure could be seen sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace. Lucius took a deep breath, adjusted his robes, and hurried forward. Hearing a noise at the door, Ivan slowly put down the book of hieroglyphs and turned to Lucius as he entered. It's been a while, Mr. Malfoy. Draco said you wanted to see me. Lucius was momentarily dazed as he looked at the wizard, who was no more than 15 or 16 years old. The last time he met Ivan Howells, he was just a talented young man, but in just 2 years he had grown to the point where even he had to look up to him.
A better wizarding world.
Yvonne said noncommittally.
It's the wizarding world. That's better for purebloods, right?
Lucius Malfoy looked embarrassed and said sheepishly.
Anyway, we didn't really want to work for the Dark Lord. We were forced to, if possible, try to get out of his control.
Ivan stared at Lucius, who was groveling, and sneered.
Don't make it sound so good, Lucius. Last year at the Quidditch World Cup, you invited your old friends to hunt muggles, didn't you?
This is it, said Draco, leading Lucius to the front door. The room was very dim, with only the light coming from the fireplace in the distance. A figure could be seen sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace. Lucius took a deep breath, adjusted his robes, and hurried forward. Hearing a noise at the door, Ivan slowly put down the book of hieroglyphs and turned to Lucius as he entered. It's been a while, Mr. Malfoy. Draco said you wanted to see me. Lucius was momentarily dazed as he looked at the wizard, who was no more than 15 or 16 years old. The last time he met Ivan Hals, he was just a talented young man, but in just 2 years he had grown to the point where even he had to look up to him.
If you chose to betray Voldemort today, how do I know that you will not choose to betray me in the future?
After all, we've had our fair share of run-ins.
No, you misunderstand me, Sir Harles. I swear or make a magical pact that the Malfoys will always be loyal to you.
Lucius Malfoy begged eagerly. Ivan smiled at Lucius's words but did not respond. Lucius's so-called oath was one that he could not trust, and even magical contracts had loopholes that he could not see through. Sensing Ivan's disregard for him, Lucius said anxiously,
Perhaps you have misunderstood my earlier offensive actions, but please give me a chance and I will make amends.
This piqued Ivan's interest, and he wondered what Lucius would offer in exchange for his understanding. Lucius gritted his teeth.
700,000 galleons, what do you say?
7.
That's rich, isn't it?
Ivan couldn't help but feel his teeth ache. For some reason, he had the urge to raid the entire sacred 28 clans. How much money could he possibly get out of this? Lucius was secretly relieved to see Ivan's reaction. He had given all the money in the family he could to ensure the Malfoy family's survival.
I appreciate your sincerity, but unfortunately, galleons mean nothing to me.
Chapter 797, Crazy Plan. Draco was stunned by the sight of the glittering fireplace. Even Lucius, who had seen it all, was stunned for a long time before he finally came to his senses and reached out to touch the golden bricks. His years of experience with money told him this was real gold. But
Nicole Flamel was my teacher.
Ivan explained, breaking Lucius Malfoy's reverie. Although he needed the 700,000 galleons for military expenses and to reduce the depletion of the Philosopher's Stone's magic, he did not want Lucius to think too highly of this so-called money that he would not be able to do without it.
Nicole Flamel.
Lucius muttered to himself, his face drained of color as he realized he had lost the most important bargaining chip he had. Just as Lucius Malfoy was losing his mind, Ivan spoke up.
Didn't you say you had important information for me, Lucius?
Lucius Malfoy snapped out of his daze and remembered he had another bargaining chip.
Yes, I recently received word that the Dark Lord is planning a major operation within the month, and that the Aurors stationed at Azkaban will have a shift change in 15 days. Voldemort is planning to use this opportunity to rescue the Death Eaters from Azkaban when the defenses are weak.
Seizing his only chance, Lucius spilled everything he knew, including the names of several ministry officials who had defected to the Death Eaters.
Good, that information is useful,
Ivan said, nodding in acknowledgement of Lucius's efforts. The news of Lord Voldemort's attempt to rescue the Death Eaters had reached Ivan, and the Dementors guarding Azkaban made it clear that they would have a day off in 15 days. This holiday was not given by the Ministry of Magic, of course, but by Lord Voldemort, who sent them off to attack wizards and muggles on their way to distract the Aurors. When Ivan received this information, he was certain that Voldemort was using it as an opportunity to rescue the imprisoned Death Eaters, as was his earlier plan against the Ministry. Now that Lucius Malfoy was involved, there might be some changes to the plan.
I have an errand for you, Lucius,
Ivan said after a moment.
If you please, Sir Harles, anything I can do, anything at all.
Lucius replied fervently.
Very well then, I want you to find out exactly when Lord Voldemort is going to strike, and find a way to get ahead of him in 15 days' time and free all the Death Eaters who have been locked up in Azkaban. I want you to lead them into chaos and swear to the entire wizarding community that the Dark Lord has returned.
Ivan enunciated each word carefully.
What?
Lucius stared at Ivan in shock, wondering if he had misheard.
Do I need to repeat myself?
Ivan asked, his voice thick with displeasure.
No, I heard you loud and clear, Sir Harles.
Lucius shook his head quickly, then hesitated.
It's just that.
Don't worry, there will be another Lord Voldemort willing to work with you,
Ivan said casually, tapping his hand on the arm of the sofa. Another Lord Voldemort. Lucius's eyes narrowed at the absurdity of it. Were there two Dark Lords in the world, and one of them was willing to cooperate? Wait,
Can you tell me why you want to release the Death Eaters early? Fudge has been Minister for Magic long enough, and retirement would be wise.
Ivan said with a sneer.
Retired, I suppose.
Lucius muttered to himself, understanding some of Ivan's thoughts. For the past 6 months, Fudge claimed that Lord Voldemort did not exist, prompting the Daily Prophet to trumpet this claim. The news of Lord Voldemort's sudden prison break and the destruction of Diagon Alley by the escaped Death Eaters would no doubt turn into a resounding slap across Fudge's face, sending him flying from his post as Minister for Magic. In addition, Lucius did not think Ivan would spare any of the Death Eaters who had escaped, as they would most likely be
Timely.
caught and killed by Aurors and a large number of warm-hearted masses. The legendary Dark Lord was also said to be outnumbered and would flee in panic after displaying his full strength.
What do you think of the plan, Lucius?
Ivan asked. Lucius considered the offer for a moment, then said solemnly,
70% is a good bet. However, there are two problems that need to be solved. First, there are too few of us. The Dark Lord can't bring just me.
Lucius stole a glance at Ivan, as if to ask him how many Death Eaters he had working for him, and how many of them would be involved if the plan went ahead. Ivan, however, did not respond. He just looked at him with interest, as if expecting a solution. Lucius relented.
I'm not the only Death Eater who wants to escape the Dark Lord's control. There are many others who want to rebel, and I know Gibbon, Crabbe, Goyle, and Gagson well enough to try to convince or control them.
Chapter 798, The Trembling Draco. Ivan was somewhat surprised when Lucius told him that most Death Eaters rebelled. Was the infamous Dark Lord in such a terrible state? On second thought, however, Ivan found this to be normal. The servants who were truly loyal to Lord Voldemort were all held in Azkaban, and only traitors like Malfoy could escape the Ministry of Magic. Not to mention the fact that the Dark Lord has had a rough time since his resurrection, being forced to go toe-to-toe with his mortal enemy Harry Potter in front of everyone, seeing Dumbledore beaten up, and then flipping over in the Knockturn Alley with no sign of his rise to power. It was no wonder that the subordinates of the Dark Lord would rebel against him.
Are you confident you can persuade them without the Dark Lord's knowledge, Lucius? The Dark Lord has been hiding in his safe house lately, rarely appearing or summoning us. If one is careful, I doubt the Dark Lord will notice.
Lucius Malfoy said hesitantly, knowing full well what Ivan was referring to. In fact, many Death Eaters could guess that the Dark Lord was a skilled legilimate, and few dared to lie to him. Lucius was certain that, at any other time, he would have been caught out by the Dark Lord the moment he thought of rebelling. However, things were different now. The Death Eaters were restless, and it was not easy for Voldemort to identify the true betrayers. As long as they did not meet alone and avoided looking each other in the eye, it was not a problem to hide their thoughts. Ivan nodded. He knew better than anyone the flaws in legilimency. Once the target was on guard, the only way to access their memories was through violence, which was why he had been reluctant to reveal that he was a legilimencer.
So our first problem is solved.
Ivan said.
What's the second?
The dark mark. The dark mark on a Death Eater's arm reacts when they get close to the Dark Lord, and if it can't be fixed, it will give them away.
Lucius sighed. He thought the other flaws in the plan were easy, but this one was troublesome.
That's easy.
Ivan said, raising his eyebrows. He waved his wand gently, and a slight magical wave spread out in all directions. Lucius was confused at first, but when he noticed that the dark mark on his arm was burning hot, his face changed and he looked at Ivan with surprise and shock.
I know a thing or two about mark magic.
Ivan explained, putting down his wand. After receiving the system's reward for his knowledge of magic, he gained an in-depth understanding of mark magic, not to mention that a few months ago he had captured many Death Eaters to study Voldemort's dark mark. While Ivan was unable to relay orders to the Death Eaters in Lord Voldemort's place to teleport over and gather, he was able to briefly influence and disrupt the running of the dark mark. The outward appearance of the dark mark is that it turns hot, similar to when Lord Voldemort is angry or empowering, and it is unlikely that Death Eaters would be able to tell the difference. Lucius clutched the dark mark on his arm and exclaimed in delight.
This gives us an 80% chance of success.
Having chosen betrayal, Lucius, of course, consciously turned his back on Ivan, eager for the grand plan to go off without a hitch. The more powerful the other party was, the safer he would be, and he would not have to worry about Voldemort's revenge. As for the remaining two levels, neither of them mentioned them. One of them depended on acting skills and adaptability, and the other was the difference in wands. They would not be able to get their hands on Voldemort's wand in half a month, so the plan could not be perfect. They would have to play it by ear. Ivan spent the next hour discussing the details of the plan with Lucius, particularly the personalities and names of the Death Eaters, in case he called the wrong one. Draco stood shivering beside the fire as he listened to their plot. Draco felt a pang of fear at the thought of what he had done years ago. He was very glad that he had not offended Ivan Harris, or he would not be alive today.
There are 71 Death Eaters in Azkaban, and the one you need to watch out for the most is Bellatrix Lestrange, a fanatical Dark Lord admirer and the Dark Lord's closest and most trusted ally.
Lucius looked at Ivan and solemnly reminded him that although his wife and Bella were sisters, he had never liked this crazy woman.
Bella?
Ivan asked, trying to recall information about the famous female Death Eater. His memory told him that Bellatrix was one of Voldemort's most powerful Death Eaters, with a personality that could only be described as sick and insane. Even Lucius's speech could only be described as tactful, as Bellatrix's admiration for Lord Voldemort was more than admiration. Ivan shuddered at the memory of Lord Voldemort's grotesque snake-like face. The Death Eater had such unique tastes. Additionally, there were fewer Death Eaters in Azkaban than Ivan had expected. According to Lupin in the original timeline, the Death Eaters outnumbered the original Order of the Phoenix by 20-1, meaning that at the height of Voldemort's power, there were over 300 of them. It seems that the Death Eaters suffered heavy casualties during the Wizarding War, or the number of prisoners would have doubled. They talked until 3 o'clock in the morning, when Lucius was ready to leave the castle. Ivan suddenly spoke up, as if he had just remembered something.
Wait!
Lucius Malfoy stopped in his tracks and turned to Ivan in confusion.
700,000 galleons in 3 days to Knockoff Alley.
Ivan gently tapped the armrest of the sofa and reminded him.
I thought you weren't short of money.
Lucius stared at the glittering golden fireplace, his mind reeling. Fortunately, he soon realized that Ivan needed his attitude rather than money. After all, he had repeatedly caused trouble for the other party in the past few years, so it was indeed unreasonable not to punish him. Previously, Ivan rejected his suggestion not only because he did not lack golden galleons, but also because he did not want to accept him. Lucius found this reassuring. Ivan's willingness to accept the compensation meant that he was willing to let go of their past conflicts.
I understand, Sir Harles. The money will be here within 3 days.
Chapter 833, 833 This child is ridiculously strong but surprisingly cautious, 2 years ago. Chapter 799, This child is ridiculously strong but surprisingly cautious.
What do you think, Dugat?
The dull flames of the fire rose up, and the scarlet flames coalesced into Dugat's large face, and his deep voice rose.
Lucius is a man who knows his place. He probably really wants to betray you-know-who and join us. 700,000 galleons is also very sincere. I think his words are trustworthy.
In addition, Malfoy is one of the most powerful wizarding families in Britain, and things will be much more convenient with him in the picture.
Who's our candidate, by the way?
Yvonne asked curiously.
Pierce Thickness.
Daggett replied.
The executive director.
Yvonne was surprised. She had thought Pierce was a hard-ass.
I investigated for over a month and found out that the old man was a bit more shady than we thought, and easier to deal with than we thought,
said Daggett smugly. He had come into contact with both of the most likely candidates for Minister for Magic these days, and Rufus Scrimgeour was as stubborn as Ivan suggested, as hard and smelly as a stone in a latrine. However, it was different for Pierce, the executive director. He had a loving family as his weakness, as well as a lot of shady material to dig up, so he did not have to worry too much about betrayal.
In that case, come out and meet him sometime. I'll personally place a magical seal on him and accept him as one of us.
Ivan said noncommittally.
I'm sure Thickness would be extremely honored.
Dugat said with a smile. He could naturally guess that Ivan could influence, punish, and even kill those who had been marked by his magic. Doggett wisely chose not to mention this and instead asked,
Shall we stick to the original plan? What about Lucius? Of course, it's just a few minor adjustments, nothing more. When the operation begins, Mr. Malfoy will know exactly what he has to do. It wouldn't be a lie to say that we changed our plans at the last minute, would it?
Ivan said casually.
You're very careful.
Dugat exclaimed, shaking his head.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
Ivan said, waving his hand dismissively.
If something goes wrong with Lucius, and Voldemort learns of our entire plan, we'll be the ones to be killed. Even with the Ministry and you-know-who working together, they are no match for us.
Muttered Doggett to himself. The boy was ridiculously strong but surprisingly cautious.
Have you arranged everything I asked you to do?
Ivan asked again.
Mrs. Edgecombe of the Flu Network Authority has thrown her lot in with us. She assures us that all the fireplaces going in and out of the headquarters will be closed if necessary. Also, we have people in the Department of Mysteries. Once the operation starts, Pierce will send people to help us take the place as fast as possible.
He paused for a moment before adding.
According to reliable sources, Fudge is calling a meeting of high-ranking ministry officials, and none of them are going anywhere.
Ivan nodded. One of the keys to this operation was to catch Fudge and use him as an excuse to get rid of some political enemies.
What about the Daily Prophet?
Ivan asked. As soon as Ivan finished speaking, the flames in the fireplace suddenly rose again and Doggett's large face contorted in anger, but he gave way slightly. The fire-sized apparition shrank and a human head appeared next to it. It was Gleason.
Sir Harles, please allow me to report that the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet retired yesterday. It will not be long before this newspaper speaks for us.
Gleason said confidently.
Well done, Gleason. You're a lot quicker than I thought you'd be.
Ivan was pleased. The Daily Prophet was the most influential newspaper in the wizarding world and the Ministry's mouthpiece. To control it was to control public opinion in the wizarding world. This was an extremely important part of the plan, as it concerned the integrity of their operation. In a mere 5 months, Gleason was able to deal with the Daily Prophet without anyone noticing. It was clear that she was skilled, but Ivan was not interested in whether she was using legal means.
When this is over, I will set up a department of propaganda at the Ministry of Magic, and you will be the first director, Gleason.
Ivan promised.
Thank you for your trust, Sir Harles.
Gleason said enthusiastically, and the fire shook.
So, get ready to move, people.
Ivan boomed, standing up.
For the future of the wizarding world. To
Daggett and Gleason shouted in unison, and the two fiery apparitions shattered. Ivan waved his hand to extinguish the remaining flames. He looked at the golden fireplace in front of him and felt troubled. He had previously managed to turn the fireplace to gold in one go in an attempt to intimidate Lucius, and while that had been shocking enough, it was now a major problem. It would not be easy to move such a large fireplace. As for putting it here, of course not too noticeable. Besides, he couldn't let all that magic go to waste.
I should have attacked the table or the sofa.
Ivan sighed, thinking he had miscalculated. Ivan was rubbing his chin in thought when footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by a hoarse voice.
Who?
Ivan raised his eyebrows and waved his wand to lock the door. Filch was quickly at the door, tugging at the lock and yelling.
Get out of there, I've got you.
Chapter 800, The Disappearing Fireplace. The sound of the door opening grew louder, and Ivan frowned, wondering if he should let Filch in and give him another memory charm. This thought was quickly forgotten by Ivan. The commotion here might attract the attention of others. Filch alone would not solve their current predicament.
Dobby.
Yvonne cried, snapping her fingers. The next moment, the wrinkled house elf appeared in the clearing and said shrilly.
Can I help you, sir? Can you use apparition to move this fireplace?
Yvonne asked, pointing to a nearby fireplace. Dobby looked in the direction Ivan was pointing and was nearly blinded by the golden glow of the fireplace. After a moment of shock, Dobby recovered. After all, Ivan had used it to transport gold products back to the city from time to time. These things were originally pawned to those pureblood families in exchange for equivalent gold galleons, but no one dared to accept the money, so they were all piled up at home. Now that the house had a golden table and chairs, a golden cupboard, and a golden teapot, it seemed that there would be another golden fireplace. Dobby was delighted. He would have traded everything in the house for gold if he could.
So can we move?
Ivan asked.
It's too big, sir.
Dobby held out his hand to indicate the size of the fireplace and shook his head gloomily. He didn't have enough magic to carry this thing away at once.
Then I'll try to make it as small as possible.
Ivan drew his wand from his belt and waved it, and invisible blades of magic split the fireplace into dozens of pieces. The large gold nugget, enchanted with the levitation charm, crashed to the ground with a dull thud. He used the shrinking charm to shrink the gold to a quarter of its original size, then looked at Dobby and asked,
Is this good enough?
Dobby nodded, then placed his hands on the 2 gold pieces and used apparition. After a dozen trips, the disassembled fireplaces were all removed. Outside, Filch's banging grew louder. Ivan went about cleaning up the mess, ignoring Filch, who had placed a spell on the door so that even if he knocked on it all day, it would be impossible for him to get in.
What's going on, Filch?
Said another familiar voice from the corridor.
Professor McGonagall, I've caught a little devil on a nocturnal excursion and he's hiding in the conference room. But he's bewitched the door and I can't get in. Could you please open the door for me?
Filch shouted excitedly.
Excuse me, Alohomora opening.
Professor McGonagall gently waved her wand, and the lock burst open with a loud click. Filch pushed the door open eagerly and hurried inside, a look of excitement on his face. However, to his surprise, the wide conference room was empty.
Get out of there, you can't get away, I've got you.
Filch shouted, holding up the oil lamp. He thought the damned brat must still be in the meeting room, but hiding somewhere. Filch searched every nook and cranny for a place to hide, thinking about the bill that had been passed a few days ago. He had always missed hanging his errant students from the ceiling, and he thought he might be able to relive it today. However, Filch was disappointed to find no one in the room.
Damn it, he must have ducked behind the door and used the disillusionment charm to get away.
Filch cursed to himself and was about to return to the door when he was surprised to find McGonagall staring at a wall.
What is it, Professor McGonagall?
Filch asked curiously.
I thought there was supposed to be a...
Professor McGonagall asked uncertainly, staring at the neat stone walls.
What?
Filch's mind went blank for a moment, and then he realized it, and he stared at the empty wall with a ridiculous feeling. Could it be that a thief had come to the castle and stolen the fireplace in the middle of the night? Are you crazy? Why did you steal the fireplace?
It's not easy to get a fireplace this size out of school, let alone without Professor Filch and Professor McGonagall knowing, so someone must have used a powerful vanishing charm on it.
That's weird, using a vanishing charm on a fireplace.
Ron complained.
Well,
Hermione guessed, turning to Ivan.
what do you say, Ivan? How should I know? It's just a fireplace, it's not worth anything.
Ivan yawned and bluffed. Having removed the fireplace, Ivan showed no intention of revealing the truth, instead leading Harry and the others down a dead end. Despite the scale of the incident, as long as there were no leads, it was likely that the case would be left unsettled. After all, a fireplace was not that precious. All he had to do was spend a few coins and refurnish it.
Damn it, he can't even look after someone who's under the imperious curse. Now of all times.
Ivan muttered to himself as he threw the envelope into the fire. Dobby hemmed and hawed in response.
Mr. Flan says there have been too many people to mobilize lately, and that Mr. Knott has been neglected.
Chapter 801, Malfoy in Anger and Helplessness. The only thing that Ivan was relieved about was the fact that he had previously altered Not's memory, and the fact that Not had been under close surveillance for the past 2 years.
Have Flenga send some men to find the Nort as soon as possible.
Ivan ordered. Dobby nodded and made a note of this instruction, then seemed to remember something and told her about Lucius Malfoy transporting 1,000,000 galleons to the vault in Knockturn Alley in 3 days.
1,000,000 galleons? Isn't that 700,000?
Ivan paused, surprised.
Mr. Malfoy said the extra 300,000 galleons were a token of his friend's sincerity.
Dobby explained. Ivan then realized that the purebloods were quite tactful.
Tell Lucius that when this operation is over, I will remove the dark mark from them.
Ivan promised after a moment's thought. This should be the reward that the former Death Eaters most desire. After all, once the betrayal was exposed, the dark mark on his body would immediately become a ticking time bomb that Voldemort could easily locate and kill.
Yes, sir.
Dobby snapped his fingers and vanished on the spot.
It's a shame we don't have time off for Halloween. I guess I'll have to play hooky for the rest of the day.
Ivan said, glancing at his class schedule. As a good student of the law, this was the first time he had ever played hooky.
Sir Harles.
Seeing Ivan appear out of thin air on the platform, Dugat and the others, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed over.
Have you made the necessary arrangements, Doggett?
Ivan asked.
There are a total of 173 wizards, all of whom are here except for the 13 that Pierce brought to the ministry,
Said Doggett excitedly.
Good.
Ivan nodded in satisfaction, then continued.
As planned, you and Fran will take 120 men and lurk around the headquarters. Once I've dealt with the Aurors, you'll join the chief executive and fight your way in.
Dugat and Fran agreed, having rehearsed the plan several times in their minds and knowing exactly what they had to do. As she spoke, Ivan turned back to Alicia.
Mother, take 15 enforcers with you to help prevent any stragglers from escaping.
Support missions were the least dangerous of all operations and were only used as backup when necessary. After sorting out the tasks for the majority of the team, Ivan's expression turned serious as he addressed the remaining 25 wizards.
Lucius, McNair, Goyle, Crabbe, the rest of you follow me. We need to complete the most dangerous mission of the entire plan, and if anyone dies in battle, I promise you that we will settle your families and pay 10,000 galleons as a pension.
Ivan added solemnly, looking around at the wizards below. 10,000 galleons. All the wizards present were shocked. 10,000 galleons was an unimaginable amount for an ordinary wizard. One might not be able to save that much money without eating or drinking for over a decade. However, most of the people involved in the operation knew that this was a huge sum of money. Since they were standing here, they were prepared to die. Lucius, Goyle, and the others, who did not know what was going on, looked at each other, sensing that something was wrong.
Some of you might not know the details of the mission, so I'll repeat it.
Have Flenga send some men to find the Nort as soon as possible, Ivan ordered. Dobby nodded and made a note of this instruction, then seemed to remember something and told her about Lucius Malfoy transporting 1,000,000 galleons to the vault in Knockturn Alley in 3 days. 1,000,000 galleons, isn't that 700,000? Ivan paused, surprised. Mr. Malfoy said the extra 300,000 galleons were a token of his friend's sincerity.
What attack?
Lucius Malfoy was stunned, as were Gibbon, Crabbe, and Goyle. Lucius Malfoy stepped forward eagerly and demanded.
Wait!
Previously, their mission was to cause a scene in the wizarding world after rescuing the Dark Lord and declare his return. The risk was high but acceptable. However, the current situation was very different. They needed to fight the authorities directly. They, 25 wizards and 71 Death Eaters who had been held for over a decade with little strength left, were going to attack the Ministry of Magic, which had over 100 Aurors and over 200 clerks. This was madness. What was the difference between this and suicide? Even if he survived, he would be wanted by the ministry. Lucius Malfoy was filled with rage, but when he met Ivan's cold gaze, all his courage vanished, leaving only boundless fear.
This was an oversight on my part, Malfoy.
he said ruefully.
Sir Harles revised the plan a few days ago, and I should have kept you informed.
Lucius glared at McNair and opened his mouth to curse, but no words came out. This was because he knew very well that a plan against the ministry could not be formulated in a few days, which meant that he had been kept in the dark from start to finish, and that McNair would at best be the scapegoat. Even more frustrating to Lucius was the fact that it was too late for him to back out now. He had betrayed the Dark Lord, and there was no turning back, not with his son Draco in school and his life in the hands of the Dark Lord. When Lucius finally calmed down, Ivan tried to calm him.
Rest assured, Lucius, I have no intention of sending anyone to their deaths. I will deal with the ministry Aurors myself, and your task is not to engage the guards.
Instead, when the ministry was defeated and Pierce arrived with reinforcements, he worked as a spy with McNair too.
Rebellion!
Chapter 802, Capturing Azkaban.
So not only will you not be hunted after this operation, but you will be among the many responsible for repelling the Dark Lord as ministry undercover.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask, Lucius?
Yvonne demanded, looking at them.
No, Sir Harles, we have nothing more to ask.
Lucius Malfoy shook his head quickly, trying to please him.
It seems we have been too foolish to understand your meaning.
Goyle, Crabbe, and the others were also ashamed. They had thought that Ivan Howells was trying to squeeze them dry of their value and then force them to their deaths. They did not expect him to have arranged everything and given them credit. Of course, danger was unavoidable, and they needed to protect themselves from it.
Now that you all know what you're supposed to do, let's get to it.
Ivan threw a few bottles of the improved Polyjuice potion at the regulators. He had caught quite a few Death Eaters during the summer holidays, and this operation came in handy. The enforcer who received the bottle did not hesitate to drink the potion, then transformed into his Death Eater counterpart. Together with Lucius and the others, they had 11 former Death Eaters, and the presence of so many familiar faces would greatly reduce their chances of exposure. Ivan was certain that the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban were unaware of Voldemort's defeat at Knockoff Alley. Voldemort was, after all, very prideful, and would not go out of his way to tell Bella and the others such an embarrassing story, which meant that they did not know that he had captured a group of Death Eaters. With this in mind, Ivan took out the last of the improved Polyjuice potion and drank it. His body grew taller, his eyes became narrower, his nose was flat, and his head was bald.
He's really ugly.
Ivan waved his wand and conjured a mirror. Looking at his strange body, he couldn't help but complain to himself. Tom Riddle sure was hard on himself.
Lucius!
Ivan called out, turning suddenly.
Do you have any other orders, Sir Harles?
Lucius asked cautiously. Yvonne didn't reply, but her gaze sharpened as she looked at him. Lucius immediately realized his mistake and corrected himself.
Dark Lord!
Ivan snapped, glaring at Lucius as he glanced around the room, his gaze sweeping over everyone below.
If anyone makes a mistake, I will not hold back.
All the wizards present nodded in agreement. Lucius and the others were visibly shaken as they stared at Ivan in his black robes. They even had the feeling that they were actually facing Lord Voldemort.
Then,
Ivan said, then waved his wand and disappeared. McNair, Lucius, and the others also used apparition.
A place as important as Azkaban is guarded by so few people.
Yvonne asked, looking at the Aurors lying on the ground.
the real guards are the Dementors, and the Ministry only sent a couple of Aurors to keep an eye on them to prevent further trouble.
McNair explained. Had it not been for several previous riots by Dementors, there would have been even fewer Aurors stationed there, as few enjoyed such drudgery. Ivan nodded, then looked up at the sky, where dark clouds were gathering, and there was a faint movement of something inside, and a few strange, black-cloaked figures could be seen drifting out of the prison windows and converging on one another.
Dementors, they're coming!
Lucius cried, pulling his wand from his belt. According to intelligence reports, Azkaban was guarded by nearly 200 Dementors, a number of which could prove troublesome in a mass attack.
What are you all doing around here, forgetting our agreement? Do what you have to do.
The Dementors floated around for a while, absorbing the emotions known as joy and seeming reluctant to part with it. But then a ball of white mist crashed into it and exploded in midair. As soon as the blinding white light touched the Dementors, it began to corrode them like acid. The Dementors fled in all directions as if they had just remembered something. Ivan couldn't be bothered with where the Dementors were going. They were a little slow on the uptake, so he didn't want to take them with him to attack the Ministry of Magic, even if he had the strength to do so.
Let's go, Confringo, exploding thunder.
Ivan raised his hand, and a dark red flame floated out, expanding into a 4-meter-wide fireball in the wind and hit the solid iron door ahead. There was a great explosion and a great explosion that shook the island. The gates of Azkaban burst open and Ivan, along with Macnair and the others, charged through.
Master, I knew.
Chapter 803, Now is the best time to attack the Ministry of Magic. Ivan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged wizard in rags poking his head out of a ventilation window in a cell to the right. His hair, unwashed for over 10 years, was a mess, and his face was streaked with dirt and dried blood.
Augustus!
Ivan compared the information in his head to the striking pockmarked face and quickly identified the wizard. The wizard, August, opened the door excitedly and threw himself at Ivan, kissing his robes and raising his head.
15 years.
Ivan did not seem to mind that August was filthy and had not bathed for more than 10 years. He helped him up enthusiastically and then asked,
Where are Bella and the others?
Touched to the point of tears, August quickly responded,
Master, Bella and Dolohov are being held even deeper in.
Ivan nodded. He had previously been briefed on Azkaban, where vicious prisoners were kept in the deepest parts of the prison. August was a Ministry of Magic official before he went to prison, having been imprisoned on charges of divulging Ministry intelligence to facilitate Death Eaters, presumably because of the low level of threat he faced while locked in a cage near the entrance. With this in mind, Ivan instructed Malfoy, Macnair, and the others to split up and rescue all the imprisoned Death Eaters. As for the ordinary prisoners, Ivan granted them amnesty as long as they were willing to join their ranks, so as to increase the strength of the attack on the Ministry.
My most loyal friends, congratulations on your freedom.
Ivan greeted them with a smile on his pale snake face.
I always knew you'd come back one day, Master.
Antonin Dolohov exclaimed.
I saw this day coming 2 years ago.
Bellatrix cried, her hair loose and wild. As she spoke, Bella took a few steps closer to Ivan like a female beast seeking praise from her master. So you're the bastard who helped Peter escape.
You did well, Bella. And you too, of course.
Ivan exclaimed, turning to look at the Death Eaters, who were becoming more and more distraught.
The Dark Lord will not spare an enemy, nor will he mistreat a hero. I have felt your loyalty, unlike those in need of penance.
Ivan added pointedly. Bella, Augustus, and the other Death Eaters all looked pleased with themselves, while the rest of the Death Eaters stared at Lucius and the others with disdain and resentment, ashamed of their betrayal of the Dark Lord. McNeil and Lucius, who were both very good at acting, bowed their heads in fear. Goyle and Crabbe in the crowd almost burst out laughing, until they saw Ivan's dark gaze and had to pinch their thighs to hide the grimace on their faces. Ivan turned his attention from Goyle and the others to the Death Eaters and continued speaking.
Perhaps some of you will be wondering how I was able to regain my strength half a year ago, but was unable to save my most loyal servants and friends in time.
No, we all believe there's a reason you didn't come to our rescue until now.
Cried Rodolphus Lestrange fervently, not at all bothered by Ivan's earlier, somewhat intimate contact with Bella.
That's right, you are very clever, Lestrange.
Ivan's tone became high-spirited.
For a wonderful opportunity, a chance to take revenge for what you have suffered.
The time has come, hasn't it, Master?
Bella asked eagerly. August, Lestrange, and the others also looked at Ivan expectantly. 15 years of suffering had not worn them down, but had only made them hate him more. They wanted nothing more than to take revenge on their Aurors.
Naturally, the Ministry will be destroyed today.
Ivan said harshly, then looked at Macnair and the others to hand out the wands. The ownerless wands were prepared in advance, And it was thanks to the illegal wand trafficking business in the wizarding market that they were able to gather so many in such a short time.
It's so inconvenient.
Bella said, frowning as she took a yew wand from Macnair and waved it vigorously.
Your wands are confiscated at the ministry. You can get them later.
Macnair explained with a shrug.
Master, are we going to attack the Ministry of Magic now? Isn't that too risky?
August hesitated for a moment as he held his wand in his hand. He wanted to kill everyone in the Ministry of Magic, but he was not completely consumed by hatred. They had just left their cages and were in a worse state than ever, and they were armed with wands that did not measure up to their weight. Attacking the heavily guarded Ministry of Magic with such a team would be suicide.
Are you questioning the Dark Lord's orders, August?
No, Bella, you misunderstand.
August protested, shaking his head in horror.
I didn't mean to question the master, it's just that.
Lucius's lips curled into a smile. Understanding his chance to impress, he took 2 steps forward.
Ignorant, do you think the master is as stupid as you, August? I might as well tell you that Wormtail and Snape have taken the Azkaban Dementors to get the Auror's attention. The ministry is more empty than ever, and they will never expect their master to lead us on a raid. We've also roped in Madame Edgecombe from the Flu Network Authority, as well as some of our own people from the Department of Mysteries. Today, the Ministry of Magic will not receive any external assistance, and all defensive enchantments will be disabled. Indeed, now is the best time to break the Ministry of Magic.
Chapter 804, It Can't Be You-Know-Who and the Death Eaters, right? The words of Lucius and Macnair woke August up. No wonder they didn't see Wormtail and the others. They were on a decoy mission.
Master, when do we begin?
Asked Amicus Caro eagerly, eager to get inside the ministry and vent the pent-up anger he had been suppressing for over a decade.
Now, of course.
Ivan said without hesitation. He then looked at the Death Eaters, who were in high spirits, and said grimly,
Get your wands. We're going to deliver a special Halloween gift to the Minister for Magic.
I'm sure Fudge will love it.
Bella laughed hysterically. August, Dolohov, and the others also laughed. They could not wait to make a scene.
Want to say hello to the ministry first, Master?
Macnair asked teasingly, looking at the telephone booth.
Of course.
Ivan's lips curled into a smile, and he casually lifted a finger. Without the need for an incantation, the red telephone booth suddenly burst into blazing flames, which transformed into a dark red fireball that plummeted deep into the earth. About 10 seconds later, a violent crash and explosion came from underground.
What's going on?
Gadwin, then the deputy head of the Auror headquarters, asked with a frown when he saw the flames rising from the tunnel entrance.
It's an attack, Captain. Someone blew up the telephone booth.
A young Auror replied grimly as he waved his wand to disperse the smoke and flames.
Attacked? How?
Gadwin's mind went blank. Who would dare attack the ministry? He would much rather believe that the telephone booth had malfunctioned due to years of disrepair, and that was why he had dropped it.
A mystery man.
Gadwin gulped, his body shaking and his mind going blank. Didn't the Daily Prophet say that you-know-whose resurrection was made up? However, the other party was standing right in front of him, and he wanted to skin the editor of the Daily Prophet alive.
Get the minister, it's you-know-who.
A shrill cry broke the momentary silence, and the wizards in the hall scattered in panic, shrieking and shrieking. Ivan looked around, his eyes quickly locking onto a wizard, then he waved the wand he kept in his sleeve and shouted fiercely.
Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra.
A dark green beam flashed through the air, and the Lockton wizard screamed in terror.
No, Dark Lord, you should not have killed me.
Before he could finish his sentence, the green light had already hit him. The unlucky wizard's life force was instantly sucked out of him, and he fell to the ground unconscious. He wondered if the Dark Lord had hit the wrong person, when he himself had become a Death Eater 3 months earlier.
Crucio Crucius.
As soon as she landed, Bella pointed her wand at the nearest Auror. She preferred to torture the Auror and listen to their screams rather than kill them outright. The siblings, as well as Augustus and the others, did not have the same enthusiasm as Bella. Each and every one of them was ruthless and recklessly vented their anger. more than 20 Aurors who dared to resist soon lost their ability to fight or simply died on the spot.
Serpensortia tilde tilde.
Chapter 805, Fudge What? The Dark Lord has arrived. The sudden appearance of the black python greatly surprised the Aurors, but after a brief period of surprise, the dozens of wizards banded together and unleashed a torrent of spells upon the serpent's hard scales. The black python immediately let out a series of roars. Its skin was riddled with holes from the magic, and half of its head was shattered by the exploding spell. However, to their surprise, the python did not disappear after suffering an almost fatal injury. Instead, plumes of black smoke quickly rose from the overturned flesh and quickly filled up the destroyed body. These were summoned creatures made purely of magic, and the black serpent was virtually immortal until its magic ran out. While the black python was wreaking havoc in the crowd, Ivan was not idle. After putting down several Aurors who were trying to join forces to fight him, Ivan waved his wand with all his might, and a group of golden statues in the middle of the hall exploded. Countless head-sized pieces of metal seemed to have been guided by the flames, and they exploded in the hall like cannonballs. Several of the pillars supporting the bunkers collapsed under the force of the gunfire, and the massive, high-altitude notice board soon toppled to the ground. The protective rings, which countless Aurors and beaters regarded as life-saving treasures, were not able to protect them this time and were easily blown apart by the fiery debris.
What did you just say? You know who came in with Death Eaters? Bullshit, that's impossible, you're lying. All Death Eaters are held in Azkaban, guarded by 200 Dementors, and you know who has been dead for more than 10 years, and he will not return ever.
Fudge roared through gritted teeth, his eyes red.
But that's the truth, Mr. Minister. Apparently, the Dementors of Azkaban have betrayed us by releasing all the Death Eaters.
Kingsley Shacklebolt broke free of Fudge's restraint stiffly, then coldly spoke again.
In addition, I must remind you, Minister Fudge, that according to reports, you know who has broken through the line of defense in the atrium and is heading this way.
Kingsley Shacklebolt's sarcastic remark irritated Fudge, who was still attempting to deny the truth. He had warned the Fudge Dementors that they were unreliable, but they were stubborn and ignored the Dementors' strange behavior, leading to Lord Voldemort bringing Azkaban's prisoners against him, who were unaware of it. Fudge froze at the news of you-know-who's immediate arrival, and the high-ranking ministry officials began to panic, shouting in anger and alarm.
Are you kidding? There are over 100 Aurors in the ministry. Where did they go and why didn't they stop the Death Eaters? What about the protective formations? Why haven't they been activated? Right, Dumbledore.
The head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation shouted. The entire meeting hall descended into chaos as everyone discussed their options. In the end, they decided to retreat for now and preserve as much of their forces as possible. As long as they are alive, there is hope for the wizarding world.
But there is no way out, gentlemen. All the fireplaces are sealed, and the anti-phantom apparition array covers the entire Ministry of Magic. I'm afraid we won't be able to get out, and we won't be able to wait for any reinforcements.
Kingsley Shacklebolt ruthlessly shattered Fudge's hopes of escape. Now everyone is trapped inside the ministry, and as far as Kingsley Shacklebolt is concerned, the only way to survive is to fight to the death, storm the Department of Mysteries, get rid of the traitors there, activate the protective circle, and rally all those who are still resisting the wizards.
Damn it, Edgecombe must have betrayed us. No wonder she didn't come to the meeting today.
Rufus Scrimgeour exclaimed angrily.
And Piers, I haven't seen him today either.
Fudge added hotly.
Well, now is not the time to discuss it. We must get started.
Arthur Weasley interrupted, looking worried. He had a bad feeling about Voldemort's sudden attack on the ministry. The Order of the Phoenix was known to have undercover agents working for you-know-who, and yet Snape had not given them any notice of such a large-scale operation. Had Snape's cover been blown? Or perhaps Snape had betrayed them by not informing them of Voldemort's grand operation. The more Arthur Weasley thought about it, the more alarmed he became. They had not been able to contact Dumbledore for several months, and if Snape was a traitor, then Sirius's suspicions might be true. Dumbledore had been killed by Snape, and they would have no hope of fighting back. Fudge recovered some of his composure and said,
No, you don't have to go to the Department of Mysteries. You can go straight to my minister's office, where the fireplace is individually connected to the outside world and cannot be sealed off. We can go to London from there.
Chapter 806, Fudge's Death. Kingsley Shacklebolt shot a cold glance at Fudge as he prepared to flee, then locked eyes with Arthur and the other members of the Order of the Phoenix. The Ministry of Magic is too important to give up so easily. As Kingsley made up his mind, a loud noise came from the other side of the door, and an unidentified object flew over everyone's heads and smashed into the wall behind them. The noisy meeting room suddenly became very quiet. The frightened high-ranking Ministry of Magic officials turned around and saw that the door that had just flown over their heads was actually the door to the meeting room.
Impossible! How did they get here so fast?
Arthur Weasley muttered to himself in disbelief. It had only been 8 or 9 minutes since they received the notice of the invasion. Could it be that the Aurors were made of paper? However, there was no changing the facts, and shortly after the explosion, a large number of demented, ragged Death Eaters poured through the door.
Bella, Lucius, August, Antonin, Macnair.
Fudge gasped at the sight of the familiar faces, silently cursing the treacherous Dementors. It was the Ministry of Magic that gave them the land to live in, allowing them to devour the prisoners' happiness and even the souls of the wicked, but instead they bit the hand that fed them and freed the Azkaban prisoners.
Long time no see, Connolly.
Fudge, in a state of despair and fear, was taken aback by Ivan's words. Had they met before? It was certainly true 20 years ago, but Fudge did not think he would be remembered by the Dark Lord as a minor player, as he was not yet Minister for Magic. Before Fudge could figure it out, Yvonne continued.
I must say, your offer to me was very good, but it's a pity I prefer to be in charge of the wizarding community myself.
Proposal prove loyalty. The sheer amount of information contained in Ivan's words left Fudge's brain reeling, and he wondered if the Dark Lord had mistaken him for someone else. As Arthur listened to the Dark Lord, he recalled how Fudge had been suppressing Dumbledore over the past few months, vehemently denying the return of the mysteries and disregarding the Dementors' riot. At first, he thought the Minister for Magic was simply intellectually challenged, stupid enough to politicize something that would endanger the wizarding community, and mistakenly attributed it to rumors that his political enemies were trying to silence him. It seems likely that Fudge reached some sort of secret agreement with the Dark Lord to get rid of Dumbledore together. However, it is clear that Fudge is playing with fire, and Voldemort's aggressive attack on the Ministry is proof that Fudge is out of his depth, severely underestimating Voldemort's strength and ambition.
No, that's not true. Don't listen to his nonsense. There's no agreement.
Fudge's defense, however, was largely ignored, as the Dark Lord had taken over the Ministry and could have killed everyone there at any time.
So you're prepared to go against my wishes, Connolly?
Yvonne interrupted Fudge, who was trying to defend himself. She raised her right hand impatiently, and a dark green light flashed. Fudge's face changed, his hair stood on end, and he threw away all thought of power and dignity in the face of death.
No, no.
Before Fudge could finish, Ivan waved his wand indifferently, and a green beam of light shot out of the tip.
Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra.
In the next instant, Fudge collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. A deathly silence fell over the meeting room. Arthur and the others looked at Fudge's body and felt a chill run down their spines. Minister for Magic was dead, right in front of them. Kingsley Shackle took his eyes off Fudge's body and looked at the Dark Lord standing in the middle of the hall, wondering why the Dark Lord had killed Fudge so mercilessly when Fudge had declared his willingness to surrender. Ivan put down his wand and said regretfully,
It's too late. I prefer people who know what's good for them.
He then looked at the remaining wizards and asked casually,
So it's your turn. Who else wants to go against my wishes?
Chapter 807, The Abandoned Death Eater. The watching Death Eaters laughed heartily at the sight of the Ministry officials begging for their lives.
My patience is limited. I will only wait until the last minute. At that point, there will be no need for those who are still standing to live.
Ivan said casually as he looked at the last dozen people standing. Hesitation could be seen on the faces of the initially determined wizards as they considered whether to make a fearless sacrifice here or to compromise and save their own lives for the future. If there was still a chance of victory, they would not hesitate to fight for it. Unfortunately, they would definitely die and their deaths would be meaningless. Time passed, and just as Arthur and the others were about to compromise, the wall behind them exploded, sending debris flying towards the Death Eaters. The sudden attack was unexpected, and only a few Death Eaters were able to react in time, creating a protective barrier against the debris. In the dust of the explosion, 24 oars and a large number of strange faces emerged from the tunnel. At the same time, there was a commotion at the entrance to the meeting room. As everyone watched, Chief Pierce, who had been missing all morning, strode forward with hundreds of wizards and surrounded the Death Eaters.
Your time has come, Dark Lord.
Arthur and the others, who were in despair, were shocked when they saw Pierce. They were still confused about where Pierce had been this morning and why he had suddenly arrived with so many men, but that didn't matter. The important thing was that it was time to fight back. Reducto shattered to pieces. Kingsley Shacklebolt seized the moment and initiated the fight, the spell beam striking a Death Eater before he could react, sending him sprawling. A great battle was about to break out, and the Death Eaters, who had reacted to the situation, retaliated, but the Death Eaters, who had just escaped from prison and had been through a vicious battle, were no match for the Regulators and Aurors, not to mention that Pierce had brought more men with him. Within moments of fighting, a dozen Death Eaters had been killed.
What are you waiting for? Do it!
Pierce's heart-wrenching cry stunned the Death Eaters, as well as Kingsley and the others. Could there be another ambush? At the same time, Malfoy, Macnair, Crabbe, and 20 other wizards turned their wands and pointed them at the Death Eaters.
Defindo! Petrificus, all petrified. Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra.
How dare you?
Not knowing who had attacked her, Bella pointed her wand at Lucius Malfoy, whom she knew best, and roared with rage.
Avada Kedavra.
Lucius, who had just killed one of the Death Eaters, was horrified when he saw the green light on Bella's wand, but he was too late. Just then, a foot shot out and knocked Lucius to the ground. The green beam narrowly missed Lucius's head and crashed into the wall behind him. Bella, distracted by her rage, was soon blown away by a nearby beam of light. Lucius rolled on the ground twice, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. He had to cast an armor charm on himself to get back on his feet. It was only then that Lucius was surprised to find out that his longtime enemy had saved his life.
I've always hated you, Malfoy, but I must say you've finally done something right.
Arthur Weasley exclaimed as he waved his wand to knock down a Death Eater.
HMPH, meddling in other people's business. I don't need your help to get out of the way.
Lucius tried to defend himself, but he couldn't help but lean toward Arthur to avoid being targeted again. Arthur Weasley didn't say anything more, instead becoming absorbed in the battle. The sudden change in the situation caused the Dark Lord to fly into a rage. With a wave of his wand, the meeting room exploded. However, at this point, the balance of power between the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters had been completely broken, and even the Dark Lord was powerless to stop them.
Please do something, Master. Help me. Enough, all of you die.
Ivan waved his wand with all his might, and in an instant, the 30 or so loin forcers surrounding him were blown away. However, before the Death Eaters could rejoice, Ivan suddenly turned around, his black robes flying out of the hole in the wall like black lightning. The Dark Lord.
No, Master, you cannot abandon us.
August cried desperately, looking at the fleeing Lord Voldemort.
Take me away, Master, please, take me away.
Chapter 808, They are all righteous men who have come to help. The Death Eaters, having lost their will to fight, were soon destroyed. In an effort to prevent the next mass breakout, the Regulators were ruthless, killing all but a dozen Death Eaters who had lost their ability to fight. After a brief cleaning of the battlefield, Arthur Weasley and the others came forward to hug Pierce gratefully.
Thank you so much, Pierce, you saved us. Yes, if you'd come any later, you'd have had to clean up after us,
said Rufus Scrimgeour, his voice thick with fear. The rest of the Ministry of Magic officials stepped forward to express their gratitude, and some of the more thoughtful wizards made friendly gestures. After all, Minister for Magic Fudge had been killed by you-know-who's death curse, and the election of the next minister would be held no later than tomorrow morning. Pierce was a popular candidate for Minister for Magic, and now he had made a name for himself in the war, fighting off the Dark Lord and saving more than 30 high-ranking ministry officials. Anyone with half a brain could see that the next Minister for Magic was out of the question. In the midst of all the praise, Rufus Scrimgeour became a bit of a wet blanket as he questioned the whole incident, curious as to how Piers had learned of you-know-who's plans in advance and why Lucius and the others had suddenly rebelled. Under the probing gaze of Rufus Scrimgeour and the others, Pierce remained calm and repeated the speech he had prepared.
Well, a week ago, Macnair came to me out of the blue and explained the you-know-who's plan to attack the Ministry of Magic, providing me with partial memories as evidence.
All of the wizards present turned to look at Macnair. Many of them had been involved in the trial more than a decade ago and were, of course, aware of Macnair's former status as a Death Eater. Now, it seemed that they were unhappy with you-know-who's tyranny and chose to resist, thus revealing the attack on the ministry to Pierce. Kingsley Shacklebolt, however, still found this odd and pressed the issue.
If you had evidence, why didn't you tell us? It would have saved you a lot of unnecessary casualties. Forgive me for being cautious, Kingsley.
Pierce said solemnly, then turned to Lucius.
After all, Mr. Malfoy told me that Minister Fudge may have had some shady dealings with you-know-who, so it's best not to trust anyone. Hey!
Lucius was taken aback by Pierce's sudden outburst, but he quickly recovered and nodded.
Ah, yes, that's right. I heard the news by chance from the Dark Lord, but he didn't really trust me, so I didn't know what sort of agreement he had with Minister Fudge.
Arthur and the others looked down at Fudge, who was lying on the floor, and understood why Pierce was being so cautious. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Pierce knew they believed him and continued to explain.
With that in mind, I had to start from the outside, as Minister Fudge had placed me in charge of investigating Knockoff Alley in recent months, where I happened to meet Mr. Dugat and Madame Alicia and learn of the changes in Knockoff Alley in recent years.
Piers was full of praise for the couple and tried to show that the residents of Knockoff Alley had expelled the wicked dark wizards and achieved true democratic self-rule. The expressions on Kingsley Shacklebolt and the others' faces grew stranger and stranger as they listened to Pierce. Everyone in the wizarding world knew that Knockoff Alley was a gathering place for dark witches and wizards. It had been a chaotic place for centuries, filled with murder and intrigue. Expect these dark wizards to suddenly come to their senses and repent. The sudden death of the mysterious man was more reliable than this. Kingsley Shacklebolt, by contrast, would have preferred to believe that Pierce had made a deal with these men, promising them many benefits in order to get so many men to work for him on such short notice. However, Kingsley Shacklebolt did not state this publicly. After all, this was a special period in which all the forces that could be united were needed. He had personally witnessed the fighting prowess of those dark wizards. They were no weaker than the Aurors and were even more ruthless in their attacks, if they were forced to the you-know-who's side because of some prejudice.
Sir Harles.
Ivan locked the door behind him and sat down at the head of the table. He tapped the table with his right hand and asked casually,
How did it go, Pierce? Did anyone suspect us? No, your plan was flawless. Everyone now believes that you-know-who attacked the Ministry of Magic.
Chapter 809, Ivan, although I'm kind by nature, I'm not an indecent person. Ivan took no notice of Pierce's flattery. The plan was perfect, but it would only fool outsiders. For example, the Dark Lord would definitely notice that something was wrong, and the Nort, who had mysteriously disappeared before the war, would be a huge threat.
Never mind the useless stuff. What about casualties and losses? Have you tallied everything? I want all the data.
Pierce's face grew grave. The sheer number of casualties was a major headache for him as Minister for Magic.
So many dead.
Ivan was more or less surprised. He had taken steps to reduce casualties before the war. For example, the protective ring that had been sold to the Aurors, or the order for the Death Eaters to stop fighting and to go straight to Fudge and behead him. As for himself, although he released a lot of powerful magic during the battle, it was all for show. He was actually holding back when he saw the grand scene. He was only focused on killing traitors and destroying buildings. Seeing Ivan's confusion, Pierce quickly explained. Most of the 245 wizards who died were Azkaban prisoners, with Aurors and Ministry of Magic clerks making up only a small portion of the total, 67 of whom died fighting the Death Eaters. Ivan then realized that he had personally given the order to kill the Death Eaters in order to prevent Lord Voldemort from breaking them out of prison again, thereby ruining the operation and saving the Ministry a lot of money. As for the loss of more than 80 friendly wizards, Ivan was heartbroken but barely able to accept it. Although he was kind-hearted, he was not an indecisive person. Some sacrifices were necessary to defeat Lord Voldemort and turn the tables on him, and this plan was the least costly of the many he could think of. Ivan knew very well that if he continued to be as negative as he had been in previous years, Lord Voldemort would increase his infiltration of the Ministry and use official power against him. And unless he disowned the regulators and proved his innocence, there would be a 100% chance of a new conflict breaking out over time. When that happened, it would not be a matter of 100 or 200 wizards dying. The Second British Wizarding War would immediately break out, and the wizarding community would be plunged into misery and suffering.
All those who died in the battle were heroes of the wizarding community and were paid triple their pensions, as well as an additional 3 months' pay as a reward for those who were injured or involved in the battle.
Ivan could not bring the dead back to life, but an extra pension would give the families of the dead a guarantee. Pierce was, of course, fine with the idea. With the Ministry in such a state of panic following the Great War, a bit more welfare could help rally the population. Even if Ivan hadn't ordered it, he would have, except.
"What is it?"
Ivan asked, sensing the change in Pierce's expression.
"Sir Harles, the Ministry of Magic was badly damaged in the war, and with the pensions, I'm afraid it will cost around 600,000 galleons, but—"
Pierce hesitated for a long time until Ivan's face showed obvious impatience, then continued in a low voice.
"But there are less than 300,000 galleons in the Ministry vault."
What, is the Ministry that poor? Ivan looked at Pierce strangely. He could not imagine the Ministry, as the official body of the wizarding community, having so little money in their vaults.
"Sir Harles, I can afford 100,000 galleons, but it's still a lot short."
Pierce gritted his teeth and took out all his savings. Thickness was not a pure-blood family with a long heritage, and he had worked hard to save this 100,000 galleons.
"I'll give you 400,000 galleons in reserve. There's a lot of money at the Ministry these days."
Ivan readily agreed to Pierce's request. This was no time to be thrifty. He had to take control of the wizarding community, and there were plenty of galleons available.
By the way, I seem to recall that some of the Death Eaters who died were members of pure-blood families.
Yvonne suggested, suddenly thinking of this, and realizing that she might be able to make a fortune without having to pay for it.
You might consider confiscating their possessions to make up for the lack of funds.
He didn't know about the others, but Bella's vault was filled with good stuff, and her husband, Rodolphus Lestrange, was the head of an ancient pure-blood family which was equally wealthy.
"I'm afraid that will be very difficult, Sir Harles,"
said Pierce.
"Most of their property and deeds are kept in Gringotts, and the goblins only work by contract. Even if I became Minister for Magic, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to take them by force." Gringotts again.
Chapter 810, Everything to Defeat the Black Devil.
Can you put the goblins in their place, Piers?
Yvonne mused. If he remembered correctly, one of Voldemort's other Horcruxes, Hufflepuff's golden cup, was in Bella's vault. Pierce wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said,
"Sir Harles, goblins are different from other magical creatures. They are surprisingly united and difficult to deal with. They run a number of banks and control nearly all of Europe's finance, but—"
Ivan shook his head in frustration.
"Use your head, Pierce. From another perspective, this is actually an easy fix. Don't forget, these are desperate times, and an important place like Gringotts must need the protection of the Ministry."
Ivan warned. However, these greedy goblins would never allow the Ministry of Magic to interfere with Gringotts unless they were in mortal danger.
I see what we have to do, Sir Harles.
Pierce said excitedly. As Minister for Magic, he would certainly like to get his finances back from the goblins. Due to Pierce's trust in his abilities, Ivan did not pursue the details of the plan. If he could not handle such a small matter and needed Ivan's help, there would be no need for him to be Minister for Magic.
Work hard, Pierce. Oh no, I mean Mr. Minister. All for the sake of defeating the Dark Lord.
Ivan stood up, patted Pierce on the shoulder, then went to the fireplace in the minister's office, grabbed a handful of flue powder and threw it. A ghostly blue flame rose, and Ivan disappeared into it. Pierce let out a slow sigh of relief as he watched Ivan leave and slumped into his chair. To defeat you-know-who.
Are you kidding?
It's more like you're trying to control a demon.
Get the editor of the Daily Prophet over here. Can anyone tell me what's going on?
The Death Eaters were too afraid to reply, their eyes darting to the Daily Prophet in the middle of the table. Snape broke out in a cold sweat. This was an important plan and Voldemort had not told him about it. This was an extremely dangerous sign.
Master, a moment's loss is nothing. In fact, your plan was perfect. If not for the traitor, the ministry would have been yours.
Fenrir Greyback replied cautiously. The rest of the Death Eaters also joined in the flattery, while berating Lucius Malfoy and the others for being traitors. However, to their surprise, Voldemort's face darkened and he shouted at them to stop.
That's enough, shut up.
The noisy hall instantly fell silent, and the Dark Lord's hot, angry dark mark stuck to their arms like a branding iron, causing the Death Eaters to bristle with pain. What was this? It was one thing for the Dark Lord to lose the battle, but he had to vent his anger on them. With legilimency, Voldemort was able to read their minds, and his anger grew. He turned to Peter and asked sternly,
Wormtail, tell them, what was the task I assigned you yesterday? Master, you.
Peter stammered, his small eyes filled with fear.
And did you get him back?
Voldemort's tone was growing harsh.
I reported to you that Bella was gone by the time I got there, and I thought.
Peter knelt down, trembling slightly, and crawled quickly to Voldemort, pleading.
Master, I don't know, Master.
Voldemort's face was twisted to the extreme. He looked coldly at Peter and waved his wand without hesitation. Crucio heart-wrenching.
Ugh!
Peter curled up in pain and rolled on the ground, shouting.
Master, I don't know anything. It's Malfoy, he must have given us away.
Chapter 811, Voldemort, I must have revived in the wrong way. Peter's shrill cries echoed through the hall. However, no matter how he defended himself, Voldemort did not waver in the slightest. Instead, he became even more ruthless, as if he was looking for someone to vent his anger on. The screams lasted for 5 minutes until Peter was nearly unconscious from the torture. Then, as if bored, Voldemort lifted his wand and stopped casting. Looking at Peter, who was lying on the ground and convulsing uncontrollably, the Death Eaters in the hall shuddered and felt a surge of fear. No matter how down and out the mysterious man was, he was still a vicious Dark Lord who could easily take their lives. After ruthlessly venting his pent-up anger, Voldemort regained his composure and finally answered their questions.
I was not the one who led the attack on the Ministry of Magic to kill Fudge yesterday morning. All of us were tricked. What?
The Death Eaters were stunned by Voldemort's words, and Fenrir glanced down at the Daily Prophet lying on the table, its cover displaying a picture of Voldemort leading Bella, August, and the others into the atrium. The Dark Lord's red eyes, strange snake-like face, vicious methods, and unrivaled power were the hallmarks of the Dark Lord, and Fenrir found it hard to believe that anyone else was in disguise. Not to mention, Voldemort had promised to rescue Bella and the others on Halloween, so Fenrir did not suspect anything when he received the news this morning. Snape, on the other hand, understood what Voldemort was trying to say and made a guess.
Master, are you saying that someone disguised themselves as you, rescued the Death Eaters from Azkaban early, and then led them to attack the Ministry? But who but the Dark Lord could possess such power?
Fenrir asked cautiously, puzzled.
Is it Dumbledore, using Polyjuice Potion to take the form of his master?
Having only recently joined the ranks of the Death Eaters, Fenrir's knowledge of the Dark Lord was limited, and he had the impression that Dumbledore was the only one who could match him. Fenrir's skin crawled at the thought of the famous white wizard in the form of Lord Voldemort, going on a killing spree at the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, Polyjuice potion could not be brewed at will. It required the hair or body tissue of the transformed object to be added. Fenrir glanced at Voldemort's bald, hairless head and decided it would not be easy. The other Death Eaters, who knew more than Fenrir, quickly recalled the rumor that had been circulating in the wizarding community for several months. In addition to Dumbledore, there was someone else in the wizarding world who had the power to rival, or even surpass, the Dark Lord, but upon seeing Voldemort's darkening face, everyone wisely kept quiet and did not shout the forbidden name. Fenrir grew increasingly curious when no one answered for a long time. As the atmosphere grew tense, Snape spoke.
Ivan Hals did it. I think he bribed a lot of Aurors to play along with him, and that's how he got past the Ministry so easily.
As for the Polyjuice potion, in case you haven't heard, Ivan Harris modified it in his 3rd year, so he must have mastered some way of brewing it without the use of specific body tissue.
Snape said, making up an almost perfect cover for the embarrassing subject. Voldemort could not help but be moved by Snape's attempt to lie for him. When he was at his worst, Snape was the only one who was as caring as ever. What a competent Death Eater! Voldemort looked from Snape to the Death Eaters, his dislike of them growing. Under Lord Voldemort's piercing gaze, Fenrir and the other Death Eaters shuddered, and one of them tried to please him.
Master, whatever the reason for Ivan Hals's attack on the Ministry, in its present form, it is clear that they have failed.
Lord Voldemort sneered, his suppressed anger rising once more.
No, I fear they have succeeded.
Success? Snape's mind raced. Could it be that the Death Eaters were being set up to die? No, it couldn't be that simple. If someone had to be killed, they could have done it in Azkaban. There was no need to kill their way into the Ministry and put themselves at unnecessary risk. Snape's eyes wandered to the Daily Prophet, where he recalled several reports that, when the Dark Lord was about to take the Ministry of Magic, Pierce, the current head of department, acted like a savior and saved 30 high-ranking Ministry officials. According to the Daily Prophet, the chief executive had been told by Lucius Malfoy to be prepared. But now that I think about it, it was too much of a coincidence, like a big stage play.
Could Piers be working for them? Is Ivan Hals trying to take over the Ministry?
Snape asked, realizing this and feeling a chill run down his spine. It was all part of a scheme. No wonder Minister Fudge was killed in the attack on the Ministry, as they had intended to elect Pierce to the office.
It's the only possibility.
Chapter 846. 846. All the information is in his brain 2 years ago. Chapter 812. All the information is in his brain.
Master, what do we do now? Do we capture Lucius and the others?
Snape asked solemnly. Unlike the other Death Eaters, Snape was not contemptuous of Voldemort's repeated defeats, and he knew that this was the Dark Lord's most dangerous hour. If Voldemort went mad and went on a killing spree, targeting those common wizards and witches, the wizarding world would definitely face a catastrophe. The Death Eaters' wandering minds were instantly pulled back by Snape's words, and they stared at Voldemort, hoping that the Dark Lord would not be so stupid as to lead them straight to the Ministry of Magic. If they wanted to vent their anger, they could have grabbed a few muggles and tortured them. However, Voldemort's next words surprised everyone.
No, we're not going to do anything about it at the moment,
said Lord Voldemort with a grim smile.
Aren't you going to punish the traitors for what they did to Ivan Hals?
Snape asked, not believing that the Dark Lord would take this lying down. Voldemort's face twitched. He wanted to, of course, and would have killed his way into the Ministry of Magic if he could, but he also knew that he was no match for Ivan Hals, and that he would only be digging his own grave if he tried to fight him. As for Malfoy, Goyle, and the others, this morning he had discovered that several of his dark marks had been broken, which meant that Lucius Malfoy and the others were no longer under his control, and were most likely hiding in the safe house in Knockoff Alley. However, in an attempt to boost the Death Eaters' confidence, Voldemort chose not to voice these concerns in public and instead sneered at them.
They won't be happy for long, even if we don't do it. Ivan Hals was so arrogant that he thought he could take control of the Ministry of Magic and fool the people into believing he was safe. Unfortunately, he forgot something important. It's not the good-for-nothings who decide the outcome of the war.
Suddenly, Voldemort turned to Snape and asked,
"What is it? How are you doing, Severus?" "Master, I have told Dumbledore the true face of Ivan Hals, as per your instructions, but the headmaster does not believe me."
Snape said calmly,
"Besides, Dumbledore has rarely returned to Hogwarts in recent months, and nobody knows where he has gone, not even me." "But you must have had a way of notifying him, didn't you, Severus?"
Voldemort's eyes were fixed on Snape, his tone heavy. Snape was an undercover spy assigned to Dumbledore, and in order to gain the White Wizard's trust, he would often divulge information that was not as important as Snape's own, allowing Snape to report to Dumbledore truthfully. It was precisely because of this that the other party must have a way to contact the strongest White Wizard. Only then would Snape be able to deliver important messages to Dumbledore in time of emergency. Under Lord Voldemort's scrutiny, Snape nodded hesitantly.
"You are right, Master. I do have a way of contacting him, but it is a one-way communication. I cannot promise that he will respond. Dumbledore will not sit idly by after what has happened to the wizarding community, and I want you to truthfully report to him that Ivan Hals is behind the Ministry of Magic."
Voldemort said darkly. In his opinion, Dumbledore was a hypocritically borderline sick wizard, guardian of mudbloods and muggles, who, despite his superior strength, was content to curl up in his tiny Hogwarts, bound by the so-called Order of the Weak. This was no different from a ferocious tiger tying its own hands and feet to please a flock of lambs. It was simply ridiculous. However, Dumbledore's inexplicable sense of justice and responsibility also made him intolerant of Ivan Harris's use of intrigue and force to rule the wizarding community. The bitter conflict between the two sides could hardly be quelled and would erupt at the slightest nudge.
"But we have no evidence against Ivan Hals."
Snape said cautiously. It was now widely believed that the Dark Lord was responsible for the attack on the Ministry and that he had nothing to do with the Fifth Year.
"Who says we don't?"
Lord Voldemort sneered.
"I'll give you a solid witness to Ivan Hals's ambitions."
Witnesses? Snape was stunned, and then a soft hissing sound came from the entrance to the hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a long python crawling through the front door with an unconscious wizard wrapped around its tail.
"Nort!"
Snape's eyes narrowed as he searched his memory for the identity of the stranger. 15 years ago, they were colleagues, but when Nott did not return after the return of the Dark Lord, he thought Nott was dead.
"What you need to do, Severus, is to get him to Dumbledore. All the information is in his head."
Chapter 813, Acting Minister Pierce.
"Master did not join forces with Ivan Hals, like Lucius did."
Snape couldn't help but ask when he saw Nott being held by the snake.
"No, he was under the Imperious Curse when I found him."
Voldemort replied, looking dazed. During his time at Knockoff Alley, he sneaked into the alley several times in an attempt to get information on Ivan Hales by interrogating a few lone enforcers. However, to his surprise, they seemed to have been prepared for this. The wizards on duty were always in groups of 7 and never separated. Each of them had a unique mark of a dragon on their wrist, and there was no opportunity to attack. Fortunately, hard work paid off. After a few months of camping, Voldemort was able to find out more about Knockoff Alley and its personnel. He also guessed that there was a safe house nearby, but he could not find out its exact location. Nott was his biggest gain in the past few months. He did not have that special magical mark on him, and his memory contained a lot of crucial information. It included scenes of Ivan Hales leading the regulators on a killing spree in the wizarding market, and blackmailing 6 pureblood families, including Abbott and Parkinson, into submission. He was also present when Ivan Hales spoke at the wizarding market. These 2 decisive memories were enough for Dumbledore to see the threat that the wizarding world would face if Ivan Hales were allowed to continue to grow. This was something neither he nor Dumbledore wanted to see. Since they had a common goal, it was possible that they could work together, such as exchanging information through Snape, or at the very least, turn the tables and turn the fight into a three-way one.
I understand, Master, and I will do as you command and tell Dumbledore exactly what Ivan Harles did.
Snape replied respectfully.
Very well, I hope you will have good news for me within 3 days.
Voldemort nodded, smiling a little more, pleased with Snape's respectful attitude. Considering that the other party had helped him a lot recently and was so loyal, Voldemort asked again.
You've been doing well lately. Do you want a reward, Severus?
A reward? Snape's expression turned strange. He didn't think the Dark Lord would be able to offer anything of value. However, Snape also knew that he could never walk away with nothing, or he would incur the Dark Lord's displeasure. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Snape came to a decision, and with just the right amount of enthusiasm, he looked at Voldemort and spoke carefully.
Master, I want to learn more advanced dark magic and gain more power like...
Lord Voldemort squinted at Snape appraisingly, then laughed.
You are very ambitious, Severus, but I will grant you this wish. And from this day forward, if there is anything you do not understand about the study of the dark arts, you may approach me at Riddle House.
Chapter 814, Umbridge the Enchanted. News of you-know-who's return sent shockwaves through Hogwarts. Although Ivan had given the majority of the crowd a heads-up about the return of the Dark Lord, this time it was official. Not to mention the fact that the Mysteries had just attacked the Ministry of Magic, killing dozens of wizards, including the Minister for Magic. For a time, the students in the castle were tense, their usual relaxed attitude gone, and discussions about the attack abound, with some even worried that you-know-who would bring Death Eaters to Hogwarts. Harry and Ron were shocked the next morning when they received the Daily Prophet.
Merlin's beard, how is this possible? Malfoy's father was an undercover agent that Minister Pierce assigned to Lord Voldemort.
Ron couldn't believe it, but the Daily Prophet did have pictures of Lucius, Goyle, and the others on the cover. Because of the information they provided, as well as their defection before the battle, the Daily Prophet did not hesitate to label them heroes of the war against the dark. This was difficult for Harry and Ron, who had strong opinions about Lucius and the others.
Why not? Maybe he suddenly figured it out.
Ivan replied with a shrug and a yawn. This honor was not for nothing, of course. Lucius and the others were now enemies of Lord Voldemort, and if they were caught alone by the Dark Lord, they would suffer greatly. Lucius, however, apparently understood this, and on the night of his interview with the Daily Prophet, he burst into tears and begged Lucius to let him and Narcissa into the safe house in Knockoff Alley.
Ivan, you do know something, don't you?
Hermione asked curiously, seeing that Ivan wasn't surprised to see the paper. Harry and Ron looked over as well. They all remembered the day before yesterday, on the Feast of All Saints, when Ivan mysteriously disappeared for a day without a trace. Umbridge was so furious that she threatened to tie Ivan's hands and hang him from the roof of the castle and flog him.
Didn't I tell you? I had to go back to the house because of an emergency, so I didn't have time to tell you.
Ivan explained, looking at Harry apologetically. The battle 2 days ago was so important that they had to prepare for it for over a year. Ivan didn't dare mention it to anyone in case it leaked out. After all, Harry's occlumency was a complete amateur, and if Voldemort searched his memory, he would be finished. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were dubious about Ivan's claim. If they were right, the day Ivan disappeared was around the same time the you-know-who attacked the Ministry of Magic, so they all agreed that there had to be a connection. Seeing that Harry and the others wanted to get to the bottom of this, Ivan sighed helplessly and had no choice but to speak.
Well, to tell you the truth, it was supposed to be kept a secret. In fact, Minister Pierce invited quite a few wizards from Knockoff Alley to help him in his attempt to thwart the you-know-who's plot to capture the Ministry of Magic, including my mother, Alicia.
Harry was amazed. Hermione and Ron also asked questions excitedly. Ivan had to blather on about how he had defeated several Death Eaters that day, and how he had exchanged blows with Lord Voldemort, but the Ministry was so preoccupied with promoting Piers, who was about to take over as minister, and Lucius and McNair, who had switched sides at the last minute, that they completely ignored his achievements. Harry and the others were fired up, knowing that Ivan had what it took to fight Lord Voldemort and had no doubts, except to join the fray and fight the Death Eaters. The commotion in the common room quickly attracted the attention of the students, and the fact that Harry and Ron did not even try to keep their voices down when they spoke made Ivan's participation in the Battle of the Walls well known. Ivan rolled his eyes, speechless. He had been planning to keep a low profile for a while after what he had done behind the scenes to avoid suspicion, but now he was the center of attention. However, having the reputation of being a war hero was not a big deal. As long as he gave a unified testimony at Knockoff Alley, no one would be able to expose him, and he could also explain his sudden disappearance that day. Just as Ivan and the others were about to head to the Great Hall for lunch, another piece of shocking news arrived. Umbridge, the High Inquisitor for the Ministry of Magic and Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, was arrested on suspicion of witchcraft, and the Aurors who came to arrest her had entered Hogwarts. Upon receiving the news, hundreds of young wizards and witches gathered in the Great Hall in excitement. Umbridge's haughty demeanor had changed, her toad-like, round face was full of fear, and her bright red robe was torn. However, despite her dire situation, Umbridge did not give in to her fate and shouted,
Let me go. I am the Minister for Magic's own High Inquisitor, and you have no right to arrest me. Ms. Umbridge, the truth is that you are no longer the High Inquisitor, and the order to arrest you was signed by the Minister himself.
Dawlish adopted a businesslike manner, with a faint sneer on her face.
Oh, by the way, the acting minister is Mr. Pierce.
Chapter 849. 849 The acting minister is 2 years ago. Chapter 815 The acting minister is.
This is slander. I did not join you-know-who. I am innocent.
Umbridge's angry voice echoed through the entrance hall. Seeing Umbridge being forcibly dragged away by Aurors, the young wizards and witches were so relieved that George and Fred took the lead in cheering and setting off fireworks in the Great Hall, suggesting that everyone should celebrate tonight. The professors, in a rare show of good humor, did not try to stop George and the others from causing trouble, although it was clear that they were in a good mood. Trelawney burst into tears, as Umbridge's arrest meant that the previous review had been invalid, and that she would be able to return to her duties without fear of being thrown out of Hogwarts. Ivan, standing in the crowd, was quite calm, as he was the one who had personally ordered Umbridge's arrest. Pierce's reaction seemed to have been quite quick, as he was able to remove Umbridge from her post as Undersecretary and Senior Investigating Officer, and even branded her as a witch. Umbridge's future can only be seen in Azkaban.
If only the Aurors had caught you-know-who earlier. My mother was so worried about my safety, she didn't feel comfortable letting me stay at school.
Seamus complained as he sliced a steak.
You should tell your mother that Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world, and that you-know-who won't be able to get in without Professor Dumbledore.
Ron said confidently, then turned his attention to the Daily Prophet and sighed.
It's a pity we don't know where you-know-who is hiding. The Ministry would reward us with 10,000 galleons for information.
Ron was envious of the bounty on his head, which was enough to buy a firebolt for this year's Quidditch tournament. Hermione glanced at him and snapped.
Don't even think about it, Ron. You-know-who isn't that easy to deal with, and we'd better not expect to run into him.
Harry nodded in agreement. His last encounter with Lord Voldemort in the graveyard had left a deep scar in his heart, and the power he had displayed was not something they could hope to match. Ron was equally frustrated, knowing that he was no match for the mysterious man, and turned to Ivan to make a suggestion.
By the way, Ivan, you might want to try it.
Ivan waved his hand without much interest. Being Minister for Magic didn't seem like such a good idea. It was boring dealing with trivial matters every day. He knew this because he had seen the documents Fudge had left in his office, as well as the recent minutes of the meeting. Because of this, Ivan lost his last bit of interest in the position of Minister for Magic. However, he should have known better. There were only a few thousand wizards in the whole of Britain, and even with the addition of goblins, centaurs, and other intelligent magical creatures, the total number was less than 10,000. It couldn't even be compared to a Muggle town, and there weren't so many important things to deal with on a normal day. Were it not for the Dark Lord's resurrection, the Minister for Magic would most often hold weekly meetings at the Ministry of Magic to wrangle over issues such as whether legislation should be enacted against discrimination against humanoid creatures. No wonder the former Minister Fudge was so obsessed with power struggles. Ivan shook his head. As far as he was concerned, being Minister for Magic was a complete waste of his valuable time and might as well have been handed over to Pierce, who was equally keen on power. At least the other party was doing well now. After being beaten up by him, they became much more honest. Otherwise, they would not have voluntarily given up the opportunity to directly take on the position of Minister for Magic and instead used the title of Acting Minister. Pierce's meaning could not have been more obvious. Translated, he meant to run the ministry in his place.
I wonder how Lord Voldemort will react to this.
Ivan murmured to himself as he picked up the Daily Prophet from the table. She was even tempted to go to Snape and ask him about it, believing it would be interesting.
Hales, Headmaster Dumbledore wants you to come to his office later.
Chapter 816, The Return of Dumbledore. Ivan jumped at the sudden noise and turned to see Snape standing behind him. What bothered him more was Snape's words.
Professor Dumbledore is back.
Ivan asked in alarm.
Yes, he's waiting for you in the headmaster's office.
Snape replied, looking at Ivan with a troubled expression. If he had not seen Voldemort's exasperated face, he would not have believed that this young wizard in front of him had been secretly plotting to control the British wizarding world and had succeeded. Snape gave Ivan a long look. Not even the Dark Lord in his youth could have been so calculating and charismatic. He couldn't imagine how far Ivan would have grown in a few years, whether it would be a blessing or a curse for the British wizarding community.
Professor Snape, do you know why Headmaster Dumbledore wants to see me?
Ivan asked. Snape shook his head and replied.
No, I was just following orders.
Ivan raised his eyebrows. He did not believe that Snape was as clueless as he claimed. The only member of the Order of the Phoenix who could possibly have guessed his plan and passed it on to Dumbledore was Snape. Ivan's scrutiny made Snape uncomfortable. He felt as if he were being watched by a ferocious dragon, its breath threatening to take his life. However, he was a former double agent, and despite the subtle pressure, Snape's expression did not change as he continued to speak.
The password to the headmaster's office is lemon ice cream. Understood, I'll go now.
Seeing that he wouldn't get anything out of Snape, Ivan didn't try to make things difficult for him. After greeting Harry and the others, he got up and left the Great Hall. On the way to the headmaster's office, Ivan's frown never left his face. In all likelihood, Dumbledore was looking for him at this hour because of the attack on the Ministry 2 days earlier. With a spy like Snape at Voldemort's side, Ivan did not think he would be able to fool the most powerful white wizard.
How troublesome!
Ivan sighed helplessly. He had not anticipated Dumbledore's sudden return, or he would have made the changes to the plan more thorough and discreet. Unfortunately, it was too late.
Lemon ice cream.
The stone beast immediately began to shake violently, and with a dull noise, it began to spin slowly upward. A moment later, the staircase leading to the headmaster's office came into view. Ivan stepped onto it hesitantly, feeling a little apprehensive. He couldn't help but think of Halloween, the year he started at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and how he had gone to the headmaster's office with a similar mindset, trying to think of a way to justify himself to Dumbledore. Ivan was uncomfortable with the loss of initiative, and he had been desperate for strength, partly to avoid such a predicament. As they climbed the final flight of stairs, Ivan unconsciously ran his left hand over the alchemical device on his wrist. The sheer amount of magic contained within the stone did not reassure him. He was well aware that he was not strong enough to face Voldemort, let alone Dumbledore, who could single-handedly defeat the Dark Lord. The worst part was that he could not use apparition at Hogwarts, but Dumbledore could use the power of the Phoenix to teleport. If he lost the fight, it would be difficult for him to escape.
There you are, Hales.
Ivan turned to see Dumbledore, whom he had not seen for half a year, sitting at a table in the back of the office. He looked very different from the last time they met. His eyes were sunken, his beard and hair were unkempt, and there was a patch of charred skin on the right side of his neck. He was going to die.
It's been a long time, Headmaster Dumbledore. Why did you ask Professor Snape to see me? Also, you don't seem to be in good health. Should I inform Madame Pomfrey?
Ivan added tentatively.
No, that will not be necessary. I am afraid Madame Pomfrey will not be able to help me, though it would be offensive to say so.
Dumbledore's voice was light, and he did not seem at all concerned about his health. He extended his good left hand, indicating that Ivan should sit down, and then suggested gently.
Would you like a cup of hot cocoa?